Morena, good morning everyone. Welcome to our online viewers to the last Infrastructure and Transport Committee meeting, 28th of November 2024, our last one of the year. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We'll open with the Council Karakia, which is up on the board. Kia inoi tātou. Tuia e runga, tuia e raro, tuia e roto, tuia e waho.
Tuia nā kamahi o te
kaunihera o Kirikiriroa.
Whai Tahiti Kahari, kia u,
Kia mau, kia ita, haumie, huie, tai kie. Right, let's move on to apologies. I have apologies for full absence from Councillor Tawariki, early departure from Councillor Donovan, early departure from Councillor Taylor. Are there any other apologies?
Depart from 1 to 2:30, but can come back if the meeting's still going on.
Okay.
Yeah, Madam Chair, mine is probably more a case of stepping out for an hour,
okay,
but returning if you're still going on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Van Osten.
Kia ora. I have a meeting at 3 p.m. on council business, if the meeting is still going, which I'm happy to come back to.
We're fully
at the end of that
cursing it
meeting.
right now, aren't we? Hey, we're fully cursing it. Thank you, yes.
Hired by Councillor Van Oosten. I also have a meeting at 3 p.m. on council business, but I'm very much hoping that it won't be necessary to put in an early departure apology.
Okay, thank you. And welcome online, oh goodness me, Councillors Pike, Thompson and Donovan. And I believe Mayor Paula Southgate was probably transitioning from online on her way in. So with that, I'll move the apologies be received, seconded by Councillor Van Osten. All those in favour say aye. There are none against, that's carried. Thank you. Confirmation of the agenda. Thank you. Councillor Taylor indicated that he had a question on the GM's report, and it is standard that we take the GM's report as read, otherwise it ends up being a 2-hour question fest. So I will get to that question. Please let me know if there are any other pertinent burning questions before we get to that, otherwise we'll take it as read and move on. And the item will be temporary traffic management changes that Councillor Taylor has questions on. So with that, I will move the agenda be received, seconded by Councillor Hutt. All those in favour say aye. There are none opposed, that's carried. Thank you. Any declarations of interest? Councillor Nadirov.
Thank you. I don't feel conflicted, but just to note that I am looking at the list. Southall School is presenting, and I'm a member of their foundation trust.
Okay, all right, thank you. Right, that's noted. Okay, so now we're going to move on to our public forum, and we're going to start first and invite Damien Mills and Julie Walters speaking on item 8. This is the unsubsidised minor transport improvement. So if we invite you down, Damien, and Julie, welcome. You have 5 minutes, and the bell will go on 5. Okay, great.
Kia ora koutou, everybody. Thank you for having me here. My name is Damien Mills. I'm the Associate Headmaster at Southall, and wanting to present this morning. Julie Walters just puts in her apologies regarding some traffic safety arrangements outside of Southall and on Peach Grove Road. Hopefully you've seen the letter already, but I'll just pass it on there. Just zip round. From our perspective, probably the safety concerns for us is really around our community and also the wider community. The Peach Grove Road outside Southall does not have a crossing currently. It's just a middle lane part, so students have to cross the road without sort of any sort of traffic lollipop system. It's been like this for several years. We were quite excited by the Eastern Pathways project that was planned, but I understand that's gone by the wayside currently. So you'll see in my letter, and I'll sort of mention a couple of things there, that the issue for us with high traffic volumes, it's a daunting task for students to cross back and forth. We've had quite a few near misses lately with students crossing the road. They're crossing the road to catch the bus and also to go to their parents who might be parked outside of Southall along Peachgrove Road and along those side streets as well. We have Enderley Ave, which has the lollipop sign there, and our students look after that zone pretty well. Probably added to the fact is the traffic that's turning in and out at anywhere between sort of 7:30 and 8:30 into Peachgrove Road, and also at the end of the day as well. We get a lot of traffic build up in there, and then students trying to cross that road, you know, take a really high risk in terms of crossing. So we believe that a signal crossing, a pedestrian controlled signal crossing would help. It would actually be really, really valuable in terms of helping the students and the community be safe. It is obviously a high dense housing as well around that area, so it would benefit the community, not just Southall community. So we believe it would help, and obviously we've got our colleagues here from Hamilton Boys High. I know who'll be presenting sort of something similar, and Peachgrove Intermediate would certainly value from this as well, because their students cross that road and walk down. I do believe that having the pedestrian crossing would also help with congestion in that area. It would allow traffic to just sort of slow down and stop before entering the five crossroads, which is a pretty full-on area to move in and out of, and becoming more so probably from Hamilton City, moving out onto the expressway as well. So we believe that just slowing the traffic down would help in that zone. The beauty of a pedestrian controlled point is that it's only for that time. So outside of the 7:30 through to 8:30 and then 2:30 through till 4, it wouldn't be slowing traffic down at all. So yeah, that's our sort of proposal. We believe it would be really, really useful, and obviously thinking about keeping students safe, which obviously is a massive priority, would be beneficial. So.
That's great. Thank you very much, Damien. I can allow one question if there are. Councillor Bidder.
Thank you. So just want to confirm that there's no expectation of a raised crossing. It's just a signalised crossing.
I think, the signalised crossing would be best. The raised crossing I don't think has any benefit really at all, to be honest, from what I've seen. So
Great.
obviously aiming high, but if that's what we have to get, then that's what we have to get to. So.
Thank you. Thanks very much for taking the time away from the students to come and talk to council today. Thank you. Thank you. Right, our next speaker up is Simon Campbell, also speaking to the same item 8, unsubsidised minor transport improvements. Good morning, Simon. Welcome. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Simon Campbell. I live in the eastern side of East Street with 2 small children who like to walk and bike around the neighbourhood and to the Claudelands Park. My wife and I use the Peachgrove Road East Street intersection daily as cyclists, pedestrians and motorists. We worry about each other and the children each time one of us has to cross this intersection. After some recent near misses in early November, I thought I should write urgently about this intersection and the immediate area. The Peach Grove Road East Street intersection is very unsafe to cross by all modes of transport: cars, bicycle, walking, and other forms of personal mobility. Today, I will hopefully, I will articulate multiple issues with this particular intersection and why I want to bring it to your attention. So I guess the intersection I'm talking about is up on the screen, but so the first issue is crossing between East Street to East Street is very unsafe due to the blind corner and the extended crossing distance. I have observed road users struggle to cross this road due to cars coming around the bend at speed. This is especially difficult when crossing from Western East Street to Eastern East Street or travelling south down Peach Grove Road after exiting Western East Street. I have seen vehicles failing to observe give-way rules for straight-through traffic after being frustrated that they cannot cross safely, and I have a personal experience here of a car turning into me when I was riding my bike. The second item is pedestrians crossing Eastern East Street have an inadequate crossing refuge, so that's the top right of what's on the screen. You must cross 13 metres of roadway to utilise it. Additionally, there is no ability from the shops for mobility devices to wheel off the large curb. The turning radius into East Street from Peach Grove Road is too permissive, which means cars and trucks turn into East Street at speed. Cars also use this area to very suddenly U-turn back onto Peach Grove Road. Part of the crossing is actually a car park, so when vehicles are parked there, pedestrians lack the ability to see and to be seen. I have witnessed mobility scooters opting to drive in the shoulder of the road rather than use the footpath due to these issues. The third issue I'd like to raise is the only nearby crossing for this very busy Peach Grove Road south of East Street is not raised and it enters a gutter. This means that children crossing on bicycles may fall off at the roadside. Parents crossing with prams may get their wheels stuck, and it's a similar story for wheelchair users. The fourth item here is that there are no crossings or safe cutouts north of the East Street intersection. There is a driveway on the western side of the northern Peach Grove Road, which crosses directly into car parks. Cars may, and this is the problem because cars may be reversing and not see people crossing from the other side of the road. Cars coming south of Peach Grove Road have poor visibility of the pedestrians trying to cross at this area. So this intersection needs addressing urgently before someone is in a serious accident. Peach Grove Road is a very busy road. This intersection is utilised by resident, shop patrons and school children who cycle and walk through this area. The schools in the immediate area are Southall, Hamilton Boys High and Taiwananga. There are many young families utilising this intersection due to multiple daycares within the area and the Claudelands Park Magical Playground being on the western end of East Street. There are many pedestrians walking to the Woolworths supermarket and a well-utilised bus stop in the area. I have observed a notable number of cycling commuter traffic who utilise the Wairere Drive tunnel to travel to and from the city centre and have to cross this intersection. Furthermore, I note that the property at 174 Peach Grove Road is consented for 33 dwellings. This will mean that the intersection is at risk of being utilised more and becoming a higher risk area. So I would like to see some considerations here to improve the safety of this intersection. There are many options. This might look like a signalised crossing, a roundabout, a reduction in the size of the road, extending curbs, making additional safe areas for pedestrians to cross which match their desire lines, and or making a smaller turning radius in and out of East Street. There are many options, but something needs to happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very clear submission, and thank you for taking a lot of photos. It always helps to orientate committee members. Really appreciate the length that you've gone for that submission, so thank you. Thank you. Right, our next speaker, well known to us, is Peter H. Boss. Good morning, Peter. You know the drill?
Yes, thank you. Good
Thank
morning,
you.
all.
We're in your hand.
Yeah, I'm speaking to Morrinsville Road, the improvements there. I'm speaking on behalf of Living Streets Kirikarawa. So Living Streets Kirikarawa supports the proposed improvements on Morrinsville Road. And from a personal point of view, I also support this because 4 of my grandchildren will be using these facilities. We have 2 comments. Living Streets Kirikarawa asks that that door zone road markings be painted on Morrinsville Road where there is on-street parking. We support the use of only some, forgiving concrete separators in front of the unforgiving type. So Living Streets advocates for people on foot, promotes walking-friendly communities and more face-to-face social activities along footpaths. Car drivers are also pedestrians before and after they leave their vehicle. 1, door zones. Living Streets asks that door zone road markings be painted on Morrinsville Road where there is on-street parking. We ask that the motor vehicle lane be moved more to the centre and part of the 1 metre buffer near the centre of the road be moved to be alongside the on-street car parking. This will make it much safer for drivers to exit their vehicles as they are otherwise opening their door into a lane containing moving vehicles. Even adults sometimes forget to check there is no traffic before opening car doors. And we want more drivers to safely exit their cars, become pedestrians on the footpath, even for only a short time. There are some examples on the email I sent you, some from California, from Canada, Ottawa, which is my preferred example, and from North Melbourne. Second, Living Street supports the use of only some, forgiving concrete separators in front of the unforgiving type. We suggest that in a row of 4 or more concrete separators, the first could be of a forgiving type. This would give more usable road width should an emergency vehicle need to get past congested traffic and reduce the amount of car wheel damage caused by the more unforgiving barriers. There's a row of photos from what Dunedin has done. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter, there's a couple of minutes and I've got questions. So, Councillor McIndoe?
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, my question was actually relating to Simon Campbell's presentation previously.
Oh, we had run out of time.
We'd run out of time.
Yeah.
I'm hoping I might be able to ask staff at some point.
Yes. Councillor Bidder?
Thank you. Peter, I am very interested in the forgiving separators. What's your experience of the unforgiving separators? Are they causing problems, and why wouldn't we use more forgiving separators throughout?
Oh, we're learning to separate, and we need a hard separation for now, until people get used to it. But there could be some less, especially in a busy driveway, so that people can move out. We can see damage on some of the ones that you've put in.
What about, say, comparing the concrete separators to the wands? The orange
I think some
ones.
people have visual things with wands, but the wands are good too. They're helpful, very helpful. Especially when you're beginning to put in cycle lanes.
Yeah.
It clearly shows there's a place where the place is.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Right, our final speaker in the public forum today, I'd like to invite Joel Baker, also speaking to item 8. Good morning, Joel. Welcome.
Kia ora. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to the Infrastructure and Transport Committee. My name is Joel Baker. I'm the Associate Headmaster of Hamilton Boys High School. I oversee health and safety in this school as well. So just a bit of a context, Hamilton Boys High School, we have a roll starting next year of 2,300 boys. across the road, we have Peach Grove at 560 students approximately. Those students converge on Peach Grove Road at the start of the day and also at the end of the day. We were really excited initially to work with Hamilton City Council in terms of the eastern pathways and the corridor there. There were some fantastic suggestions there, and obviously with that being put on hold, it's caused a little bit of frustration for us as a school. I don't know if you've been outside of Hamilton Boys High School, and I encourage you, if you haven't, at approximately 3:15 p.m. to see the, I'd describe it as carnage that happens there. We have numerous near misses. That is a combination of our boys with their frontal lobes shutting down. We have a combination of members of the public not following road regulations and so forth. And we have had students injured in that space. I'm here today to obviously encourage you to look at the eastern pathway route, particularly Peach Grove Road, working in conjunction with Southall and also Peach Grove across the road. What I proposed in the letter that I submitted is that we're encouraging a pedestrian crossing to be placed outside Hamilton Boys High, but closer to the Wilson Street. There is one currently opposite Peach Grove Road, which is used by the Peach Grove students and Hamilton Boys students, but at the other end of our school there is no crossing there. We also encourage you to look further into recontouring the entry into Hamilton Boys High School. This is a common issue for us. The Hamilton City Council in the planning process identified that the road there is too wide. That allows multiple cars to use as like a turning bay, which is creating issues there as well. And final recommendation that I asked to be considered is also we're going to be looking to redirect our cycling students into Beale Street. Now that is to utilise the cycling lane that currently exists on Grey Street, and if you have been down Beale Street as well, you realise that there is no accommodation for cyclists down there. It is open road, there's building construction which happens there. That particular entry point comes to the back of the high school, which gives the boys direct access into the bike storage and locking facility. So in short, really encourage you to consider the safety, the health and safety of all students on Peach Grove Road, in particular our Hamilton Boys High School students, and if we can support this in any way, it'd be much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Joel. That was really clear. Great. Thank you. I'm just going to, normally we don't have questions of staff after public forum or debate or anything like that, but as chair, I'm going to, since we still have the schools in the room, I'm just going to just say, update you on behalf of the committee. So that the transport team and I organised a transport workshop on Tuesday to consider, because it's widely known that council lost a considerable amount of funding from NZTA. So we had a fantastic workshop, those that were present on Tuesday, and again I thank those members deeply. It was a fantastic session. What came out of it was, whilst council is not looking at funding the entirety of the macro scope of Eastern Pathways at this stage, having lost that funding, it was a unanimous agreement that safety in our schools along that corridor is a priority for us, and we were all in agreement of that. And so what is going to happen now in terms of a process is we have a high level understanding of those costs. Staff are going to go away. We're going to, in the new year, in February, have another workshop to see more detailed costs of those safety outside schools projects. And then the final list and confirmation will go to the March committee. And so I am very confident on behalf of those that were there that what you are asking of us today in public forum will very high chance of going ahead. So I just wanted to make sure before you left today and went back to the students that you had a bit of confidence. All right, so great. So that's that. Great public forum, really clear. All right, so let's carry on with the rest of our day. we're up to item 6, we're up to item 5, confirmation of the Infrastructure and Transport open minutes of the 26th September 2024. I can confirm that those are true and accurate record, seconded by Deputy Chair Councillor McIndoe. If there are no issues arising from those minutes, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. There are none opposed. That's carried. Thank you. Right, item 6, Chair's report. Fairly brief one from me. I'll just touch on a couple of things. Wonderful delegation from Queensland, from the City of Logan. I have popped in there that myself, Councillor Naidu Rolfe and Councillor Huata met twice with the delegation on behalf of the Mayor's office. And yeah, it was great. There was a lot of similarities between the two cities, even though they're slightly larger than ours. But yeah, I think they're super keen on being a sister city, and as I've said in my report, I will let the Mayor's office and her Chair's report update you on the things that she discussed, and the same with Councillor Wilson in terms of economic development. The second important item on my Chair's report is the concern that we have on the Wairere Drive speed reduction decision that will impact or could likely impact significantly the Pack and Save development. I sent an email this morning just confirming from NZTA the formal response that we must go out and we must reconsult. That is extremely disappointing, but I do want to thank our local MP, Ryan Hamilton, and of course former colleague, for his advice and help along the way. I've also attached the memo that I sent to Ryan Hamilton and Minister Tama Potaka to advocate on our behalf. My concerns, of course, are the same as Council's, given that 80% opposed the speed limit reduction the first time that we consulted. I don't think the world has changed that much for those people, and that is a significant risk. This is a supermarket that could have 150 odd jobs and be 100 million plus circa economic development. So other than that, and happy to take questions, I alerted staff there may be a couple of questions on that particular item, but also reminding you that Council meets next week on the 3rd of December, and where we will be discussing the statement of proposal. I have some concerns also about the statement of proposal. I think it needs to reflect something a little bit different, but I'll talk a bit about that in debate. Lastly, last meeting of the year, I just want to thank you all very much for your attendance, for your time and for your input. This can be one of the more exciting committees, I'm going to say, but I appreciate the respect and the collegiality that you bring to it. So with that, any questions? There being none. Mayor South.
Hang on.
Oh, Councillor Donovan.
Sorry, I didn't put my hand up on the little chat screen, but
that's okay.
Just going as a proudly born Queenslander, I'm just a little surprised that I wasn't included in the meeting delegation that came over, and I'd be even more surprised if Councillor Moko was included.
They specifically asked that you both not be included, Mark.
Thank you.
Mayor Southgate.
I'll just talk to it about what we discussed with Logan, or?
I thought you might want to do that in your Chair's report rather than here, but if it's
it would be
brief.
just easy to do a quick brief.
Sure. Yep.
There's not enough to put into a Chair's report, if that's okay. Just take a couple of minutes, sorry, councillors, of your time to say it was a very productive visit, and thank you to Angela and Cash for playing really good hosts to them when in their time here. Ewan and I did meet with them and talked about a range of things. We are working through the Sister City work group to determine how we work with them, but it's unlikely to be a Sister City relationship. It's more likely to be a strategic partnership on some areas of common interest. Actually, I was really interested in hearing from them again around their water arrangements, because they have set up a CCO in their, and gone through the lumps and bumps of the process, so that I feel there's probably some things we could learn from them in conversation with them. They also had a number of, at the forefront, economic ideas and some ideas around participatory democracy that I was interested in exploring. And one of the big, bright ideas that they do use is something that's of dear interest to Ewan, which is to do with low altitude economy. Thank you. See, I learnt something through this whole process, which is to do with the use of drones for freight and various other messaging applications of drones, which they've really got a handle on and have promoted into quite a booming economic sector. So, you know, there are some things we could talk about with them. I'm really grateful for them reaching out to us, because you quite rightly point out we have a lot of similarities, their population being a bit bigger, but they're an inland town, so it's served by a rural, agri-rural kind of surrounds. They've got the same issues with transport, climate, and a bunch of other things in common with us. So I do think it's worth us having a continued conversation and formalising that in some way, and that's as far as we've taken it at this point in time. And I want to thank Mike Bennett for doing the work to support the visit, and everyone who played a part, Cash, Angela, Ewan, who played a part in helping them get access to information. They were pretty blown away by the way around the gardens, the way that we were able to cement an international attraction in the heart of our city, which isn't the main tourism destination, which is exactly the same as them, because they sit between Brisbane and the Gold Coast. So, you know, they certainly are competing for visitors to go off that side road to Logan. And so they were looking at how, you know, what is their visitor star card, if you like. So thank you, Madam Chair. That was about it, unless Ewan's got anything else to add.
Right, we'll open up for debate, if there are no questions. Just briefly, again, I just want to indicate that in terms of the NZTA decision, this is not local decision making. This is a government overreach, in my opinion, and it shows the inflexible nature of election promises bearing down on us. Pack and Save development is a $100 million plus development and will serve nearly 80,000 residents of the northwest of our city. And we have gone out and consulted. And this puts this development at risk. This is about economic growth. This is about economic development. This is providing food and fuel to half of our city, or I think it's about half of our city now, isn't it? 80,000 people. So I am particularly concerned. I'm particularly concerned that the narrowing of this process and taking it out of our hands is going to put this project at risk. Looking forward, if it's too difficult to do business in Hamilton because of things like this, because of government overreach, then that also concerns me greatly. Council went through a few decisions with this. We changed our mind, but we listened right along, and I think we made, in the end, the right decision. And now this decision is out of our hands. So we have to get the pitch for that consultation right, and I don't think it's right, having looked at the agenda for council next week, and I will be raising that. For me, the story needs to be about the economic development and added benefit for the city. The byproduct is the speed reduction on the road. But our statement of proposal that's in the agenda next week is about the speed reduction. If we do what we did last time, we're going to get the same result. And I don't want this council to do anything that now puts that development, now that we've made up our minds on it, at risk. So I'm going to be talking to the chair of the Economic Development Committee and seeing if there's a better way forward for that statement of proposal. Thank you. Councillor Hawata.
O tēnā koe, Deputy Mayor Angela O'Leary, and I just want to mihi to both yourself and Mayor Paula Southgate for including me in the visit for with the Logan representatives and the Deputy Mayor. Mayor, thank you. No, that's okay. Thank you so much. And I was thinking, gosh, what's going to be my connect and how will they benefit from me being there? And I thought I would touch on that over 60,000 Māori live in Queensland, and outside of the country, that's the second largest contingent of Māori that live in another country. And many of them live in Logan as well. And it was quite interesting to find out that they celebrate Waitangi Day over in Logan and have a huge attendance. So I was like, oh, Little Logan does have some, well, you know, in comparison to the rest of Queensland, does have some commonalities with us here in Kirikiriroa and in a strategic space and looking after our people that are over there as well. So, tēnā koutou.
Thank you. Mayor Southgate.
I just want to speak in support of the comments that you raised around the supermarket and your disappointment. I share your disappointment. It's really hard when the rules that you've been working with change underneath you when you're nearly 95% through a process. But also this comes at considerable cost. So no longer can we rely on the previous decision, but it's actually going to cost us more money to do that consultation, which you talk of, Madam Chair, and that is a cost that the ratepayers bear for something that they've already been widely consulted on already. And as you say, the incremental creep away from local decision making is something that we really need to watch with this. I think the government's intent to streamline and save costs is a good one, but actually there are some decisions that are having a perverse effect and actually costing us much more money locally.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Mayor. Look, I too will work very closely with you on the supermarket issue. You'll recall that I had a pretty strong view regarding the original speed. However, Council has moved forward and had landed on a final decision, and I'm very concerned from an economic development perspective that if we find ourselves not being able to have the supermarket, that would be a significant detriment to the economy, both in terms of the construction cost, the ongoing job creation, and let's also be clear, the convenience of locals being able to use that significant supermarket. And my final point on that is I always think it's really good to have competition. And so Pack and Save in that area will provide competition to the local incumbent. And in a time of price sensitivity, competition is always good. In support of your Chair's report, Mayor Paula and I have been talking at length about the low altitude economy, and I intend to talk a lot about that next week at the Economic Development Committee. This is an area where I feel Hamilton has a unique opportunity in this country to position itself, and Logan is already doing a lot of interesting innovation in that area. I see they've partnered with Google, and so we can learn a lot from them. But be rest assured, Mayor Paula and I have been working on all sorts of strategies of how we could maximise the low altitude economy, and I intend to keep pushing forward on that.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just want to speak on the Pack and Save issue because I mean I've been on both sides of this issue. Last term I initially opposed the speed reduction on Wairere Drive because I didn't see I didn't like the idea of an arterial route being compromised in that way, realising the importance of the supermarket and the need to promote development. I changed my mind on that. I switched on it, and I have been really looking forward to this development happening. So, and I support the view that you're articulating that blanket decision making such as this can sometimes have negative consequences, and I think this is definitely one of those situations. So well done for raising this and for pushing it, and I'm right behind you, support what you're doing.
Councillor Bidder.
Thank you. I don't think it is fair to blame government overreach for protecting Wairere Drive, which was designed for 80 kilometres per hour to improve vehicular traffic flow throughout the entire city. Hamilton City Council consulted and 80% were against speed reductions. The supermarket is fine and must go ahead. The current intersection is fine and does not need to be changed. The overreach is the fashion in traffic design, and I speak as a traffic engineer. I have designed road layouts for subdivisions. A resource consent amendment is well within Hamilton City Council's remit to make Pack and Save go ahead without needing to change the intersection. There is no problem.
There are no further speakers, so my right of reply would, thanks for everyone for their comments. Like Councillor Taylor mentioned, I too was on both sides of the argument. I kind of think we all were at some point. And I couldn't disagree with Councillor Bidder more in terms of the process that's in front of us and what we can and can't do as a council. Right, let's put that to the vote. We'll go on the board. Thank you. To accept my chair's report. Yeah, our pause. Yeah, we'll just do. We'll do that. We'll do that on the voices or show of hands. All those in favour, and those against. Recording that Councillor Bidder is against. That's been carried. Thank you. Sorry, Ames, I'm doing your job for you, as I always do. Nowhere near as good. Right, we're on to item 7, transport projects macro scope approvals, and we'll welcome Robin Denton up to the hot seat. And Robin, over to you. And just committee members, there is a... No, the motion's not this one, is it? Councillor, it is this one, item 7. So, Councillor Taylor's put forward a motion which will be popped up on the board to orientate us through this discussion. So, Robin, over to you. Thank you.
Good morning, committee. So just a quick recap on where we've got to with this. So we had, through the long-term plan, proposed to have a series of programs under the low-cost, low-risk category, biking and micromobility, and also Eastern Pathways. We had a series of programs there, which we were expecting NZTA subsidy for. We haven't got that. Elected members decided at a previous council meeting that the local share would be held over and would be put into a fund. Actually, sorry, I'm on the complete wrong project. Can I go way back? Sorry.
Yeah, say wait.
Next report. Save that for the next report.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
This is covering off the projects that NZTA did fund. Apologies, everyone. Okay, so it covers off the projects that they did fund through the low cost, low risk, and also for the final stage of the fit for purpose improvements that we have planned for Morrinsville Road, State Highway 26, which we have a funding agreement with NZTA. So the 3 projects that were approved for funding through NZTA were the advanced traffic management work, and that was that includes the activities that we're doing with the likes of FENZ to improve traffic signal coordination for their operations, and things like data capture and traffic signal cameras and those sorts of things. We have a proposal for Avalon Drive Forest Lake. There are 2 proposals there for elected members to look at and to give us direction on. The safest option being to narrow up the intersection and put a raised safety platform for the whole intersection, similar to what we've got at Anglesey Bryce. The second option is to just do the narrowing up of the intersection and not to raise it. Wairere Drive River Road is one that we've looked at, and we don't believe that there's actually a solution that would be acceptable to this council or for the qualify for the funding that NZTA have. And so staff are recommending that for that particular project that we go back and negotiate with NZTA and see if there is another project that will reduce deaths and serious injuries, crashes, and that would qualify for that funding. Finally, we have the section of Morrinsville Road. This is the final section that we're asking elected members to look at. So we've already worked through the shared path from the Waikato Expressway through to the Silverdale-Maotangi intersection. We've looked at the intersection itself to have a roundabout and to have a signalised crossing there. This is looking at the walking and cycling improvements that we propose for the section between Silverdale Road and Cambridge Road. For the advanced traffic management, we are wanting that to be a green project and for elected members to approve for us to just get on and do it. For the other projects, we're seeking macroscope approval, so that gives us the ability to go out and engage with community and work through the design process, to report back to elected members on the outcome of that consultation, and to work through any traffic restriction type changes that we need to through the traffic panel before we then go out and construct. And I'm happy to take some questions.
Great, thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Thanks, Chair. Robin, if we didn't, we've taken the decision with River Road and Wairere Drive not to proceed at this stage and to go into more discussions to see if there's alternative projects. If we did the same with Avalon Drive and Forest Lake, could we follow the same sort of process there?
Yes.
Okay. And would it also be possible, we had a wonderful brief workshop on Tuesday where we looked at $31 million of some really cool projects there. Could we also, would it be a possibility that we could pluck something out of there to do instead?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. And what's red light cameras, would that have any sort of impact on the Forest Lake Road, Avalon Drive intersection? Would it be beneficial?
It has some potential, yes, and that was certainly one of the things that we were wanting to pursue for the Wairere River. The difficulty we have at this stage is that changeover for the cameras going from New Zealand Police to NZTA is still working its way through the process. I'm trying to catch up with NZTA to understand where they're at and what are the opportunities for councils such as Hamilton to put their hand up and say, these are some locations that we want them. So I can't give a definitive answer as to whether we can, what it would cost, what would be the timeframes. They're the sorts of things I'd like to come back to you with.
Right, I was going to ask about the cost actually, because this is a $1.6 million project. Mm-hmm. Would red light cameras be cheaper, significantly cheaper than that?
Yes, I don't know what the cost would be, but I would expect it to be significantly cheaper.
Right. So if we could, if we were able to get a red light camera on that intersection, it would have some impact in making it safer.
It would have some impact. It doesn't help as much as what we're proposing, which is tightening up the intersection so it's less of a crossing distance, less exposure for people who are walking or cycling, but certainly would go some way to improve the current performance there.
Thank you. And just one last part of that. I mean, at the moment at that intersection, at least there are traffic lights in place. In the list of our local share projects, there are a number of kind of intersections there where we have nothing in place. Do you, I don't quite know how, I don't even know how I'm going to ask this actually.
Try, just spit it out.
Do you see an importance in some of those intersections in the local area where you've got nothing in place at all, where it would be beneficial to at least get something in place there to make it safer.
I guess this intersection was chosen because it is one of the highest risk intersections in the city, but there are certainly other intersections that do have risk as well and would benefit from improvement.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you. Councillor Bidder?
Robin, what is the budget for temporary traffic management in the Avalon Drive project?
I don't know.
Do you have any plan to reduce the budget, whatever it ends up being, in line with government's instructions on reducing temporary traffic management costs?
So for this intersection, what we're trying to do is align 3 separate pieces of work to deliver them as one. So that we'll see some efficiencies in the traffic management. So that intersection has renewals due for the traffic signals themselves. It has some pavement that needs upgrading as well because it's starting to fail, and then the proposed works that we have. So the intention would be to bundle all 3 pieces of work and do them as one.
Thank you. And one more question on the curb build-outs. What's the typical radius of the curb build-outs that are being proposed for that intersection?
I don't know the specific details, but they'll be such that they accommodate the truck turning movements as they need to.
Right. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor, do you just, I'm happy to second the motion. Do you just want to briefly speak to your motion?
Yes. Sure. Look, it goes up to E on our current thing. I haven't actually made allowance for the Morrinsville Road project. I've sort of left that separate.
We'll
but
do that separate.
It kind of replaces up to E in the original motion. And basically it's just saying, look, let's not proceed with Forest Lake Road, Avalon Drive intersection, and let's sort of see if NZTA will subsidise something else, just as we've done with the Wairere Road, River Road project. And that would leave the option of either finding something else that NZTA would subsidise, or maybe find something out of our local share projects, or even possibly not doing anything at all and saving some money.
Thank you. And committee members, yes, so E, F and G on page 44 has been moved by, so that's the approve the macroscope design for the Cambridge Road, Morrinsville Road. That's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Hutt. So we'll put that one separately when we've dealt with this one. So is everyone clear on this one? Are there any questions? Otherwise, we can move to debate. Questions online. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I was just keen to clarify, Robin. The paper talks about Avalon Drive, Forest Lake Road intersection being the number 1 on our list in terms of safety risks. Recently, there was an article online which had a different set of intersections, including Grey Cobham and others, is the most dangerous. So I was just interested in how, why there's kind of those discrepancies, but and just confirming this is overall what we see as most dangerous intersection.
So the coverage that media had was with regard to the intersections with the highest number of crashes. We do some additional work to come up with what we call the highest risk. So this is following guidelines from NZTA, where we look not only at the number of crashes, we look at the type of crashes. So some crashes are more likely to have a result of some serious trauma. So that's where you've got those turning crashes across through traffic, as opposed to, say, a rear-end type crash. We look at the traffic volumes at the intersection. We look at the type of intersection that we have. So an intersection that's got traffic signals, the types of crashes that we have there in the intersection itself, other than the rear ends, are more likely to have serious injury because of the speeds involved, as opposed to a roundabout where we often get more crashes, but they tend to be lower speed and fender-bender type crashes. And we also look at the speed limits through there. So we put all of that together to come up with the high-risk intersection. The other work that we've been doing on top of that with our data team is actually looking at the trend for the site. So because you use 5 and 10 years worth of data, it may be that you have a site that you've actually done some work and the crashes are starting to trend down, but that residual 2, 3, 4 years worth of data may be quite high and still have it sitting up there. Or the complete opposite, you might have something that actually had quite a low number of crashes that's increasing dramatically, and it might be that there's been a new development nearby or something like that, and so that's trending up. So we put that in the mix as well to then determine, excuse me, the highest risk intersections. And on that basis, Avalon Forest Lake is the one that we've determined for Hamilton City.
Okay. All right, thank you. That was helpful to understand. Thanks, Robin.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pike?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, just a couple of questions of clarification on the amendment and any adverse effects, I guess. So the amendment wouldn't preclude something from happening at Avalon Drive Forest Lake. It would just mean that we'd be shifting the funding to another project potentially, and any other solutions could be self-funded. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah, yes. The answer, so if I understand your question correctly, Councillor Pike, it's if we substituted this project with another one that was eligible for NZTA funding, we could look at the intersection changes or upgrades under local share only in a future date. Okay.
And secondly, in terms of, Robin, you mentioned about other works needing to be done at that intersection and possibly some efficiencies to be gained there. Would the amendment stop those efficiencies from being gained, or is there any risk there?
So those other works weren't around efficiencies. They were a renewals project for the traffic signal, so that's replacing like with like, and the pavement work. So if council has made a decision to defer that work, then our recommendation would be that those other works get on and get completed at the site.
Okay. Yeah, I think that answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Casey Cox?
I'm not sure when to note this, but I'd like to move that, or as an amendment, the staff recommendation.
So moving the staff recommendation would be an amendment, that's correct? Yeah. Yes?
And Sarah will second.
Okay, and Councillor Thompson will second.
Which option? Option 2, alternative.
Option 2? Yep. Okay, we'll just give this team a minute. That seems to be all of the questions, because we will take the amendment first. And then once we've voted on this one, we'll take a morning tea break too. Right, so to orientate us, look at that timing, eh? We will go, so the amendment, we'll take the amendment first, which is in the staff report, and it is option 2 in the staff report. So that's quite clear, that's on page 43. And the motion from Councillor Taylor and seconded by myself I think that's pretty clear as well. We'll speak to them both in debate, and I will go to the mover of the motion, Councillor Taylor, first, and then I will go to the mover of the amendment, Councillor Anna Casey-Cox, second, and then open up for the rest of the debate. So, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Angela? Yeah, look, I'm not supportive of proceeding with the $1.6 million upgrade to Avalon Drive, Forest Lake Road intersection. And I'm not wholly convinced that residents in the West actually see the need for it either. I accept that some schools have been consulted and they've raised their hands on it, but I don't think the community see quite the problem there that we do. And I would suggest that considerable improvement could actually be made to this intersection with a red light camera. It's got lights in place at the moment, and I believe those cameras are something we should be utilising a whole lot more, and it would be a lot more cost effective. And we've got to be smart with our money. I would like to see us devote resources instead to some of the intersections we discussed at our workshop on Tuesday, where there's no intervention in place whatsoever at the moment, and we do need some. So I'm suggesting that we do the same as we did with River Road, Wairere Drive. We go back to NZTA and see if they'll subsidise something else. If not, we look at the local share, all those wonderful projects that we discussed, only a few of which we can support. Or personally, if we can't find anything, what about not spending the money at all? River Road, our 49% subsidy of the River Road one is 940k. This is 784k. That's 1.7 million that we don't need to spend. And I think in our financial position, if we're going to be spending money, it better be for a damn good reason. And is this really it? Is this really that? I'm just not convinced myself. And as I say, we had a great workshop, and there are a lot of good projects there on Tuesday. And some of those projects, it was glaringly obvious there was no intervention in place, and some of them needed something. So that's where I'm at, basically. I just think if we're going to spend our money, I really want to be convinced that it's a really, really good thing. And I think there's other options for this intersection. So I'd like to see us do the same as River Road, Wairere Drive. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Casey-Cox.
Yeah, thank you. My rationale for supporting the staff recommendation in option 2 is really based on what I understand to be a concern around the safety from the school's perspective, and also conversations with the Western Community Centre and prior conversations with the Good News Community Centre also about the connectivity of their community to other suburbs in Hamilton, and making that really safe for our young people and our children. And in particular, one of the stories was shared was around the importance of connecting our Waterworld facilities to Norton and making that a really accessible facility, because this is a community that, like many communities, we've got a diverse range of communities in Kirikiriroa, some of which are more, I guess, reliant on the facilities we provide in our city because they don't have the resources to travel out. And I think the more that we can do, the better. I did have a conversation with Neil just yesterday about this intersection, and he was really excited about the possibility of it for the community. And I think given it's the most dangerous from our staff analysis in the city, it just makes complete sense to me to do what they recommend doing to the intersection to make it the safest it can be. So yes, we are in tight financial times, but I see this as a critical intersection. I've biked through it many times and held my breath every time. I think it's incredibly dangerous, and we need to do what we can to improve that safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bidder.
Fire and emergency frontline drivers have expressed their concern about speed bumps. We all know that. They've also expressed concern about curb build-outs. These impact on turning radius. The current turning curbs on these intersections are designed at 13 metres, which suits a B-train road legal twin trailer truck at 12.5 metres. So if you reduce them by anything more than half a metre, you are going to create problems. The ones shown on the drawing scale off at 6 metres. That's a big problem. For fire trucks, it means slowing down to walking speed in order to negotiate the turn without damaging the vehicle. That's not good in an emergency. Whatever we do with improvements, we need to look at alternatives other than just coming up with curb build-outs and speed bumps. We should take more time to get these right.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Mayor. Look, I'll be supporting the motion. I don't think this is an argument that that this is all about safety. I think what we've already got there is a set of traffic lights. What this should be about is monitoring and having more policing of what we've already got in play. We are under considerable financial stress, and my feeling, and is clear from the workshop last week, although I wasn't there, I've certainly heard a lot about it, is that we have other priority projects that would benefit from the reallocation of these funds. So I am comfortable with what we've already got. If we increase the level of policing, I think there should be considerable discussion about the red light cameras and ensuring that we maximise what we've already got there. So I'm supporting the motion because I think it's the most cost-effective and appropriate and still safe.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McIndoe. Oh, sorry, Councillor Thompson. I did see your hand up. You're up next.
Thank you. Yeah, firstly, I support Councillor Jeff's comments around looking at trying to have more red light cameras around the city. I think it's nuts that we have none, and you know, our country generally has done really. Has been really slow in rolling them out, and I think that they would be a cost-effective way to improve safety. And so I hope that we can get traction on that issue. The reason why I am supporting the recommendation to do some physical works at this intersection is because this is rated as a #1 highest risk intersection. And so I think that's compelling for me in terms of needing to address that. And yeah, so essentially #1 highest risk intersection. You know, I think it's as governors, we need to take that seriously. We know there's a risk, and we know it's a very high risk, and so I think it's on us to do something about that. And this, if we were able to pair this with red light cameras, that would be even better. So yeah, but if this doesn't go ahead, then I look forward to further discussions around how we make sure those cameras go in. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McIndoe.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I've been regularly using that intersection for probably at least twice a day for the last 20-odd years, so it is one that I know particularly well, and I am going to support Councillor Taylor's motion. I'm surprised to hear that it is right up at the upper limit of safety risks, but I accept the fact that there must be crash data to suggest that. My concern, however, is that some of the proposals in the staff recommendation are not going to solve the problem of the crashes. And I think Councillor Bitter gave quite a compelling argument about an aspect of why that is so. The point that Councillor Taylor makes about red light cameras is, I think, absolutely valid, because in my view, the crashes that I have seen, and I acknowledge I've seen at least a couple over the time I've lived there, one of which looked pretty nasty, comes from red light running and irresponsible driving. A red light camera is far more likely to be a deterrent to that sort of selfish behaviour. It seems to become the culture in New Zealand now that orange means accelerate, and we've got to overcome that sort of stupidity. As far as the pavement is concerned, there is the underpass under the Rifle Range Norton Road roundabout that comes up onto the pavement. It's not a residential area between there and Ellicott Road, Forest Lake Road. And in fact, on the right-hand side of the road as you're heading north is the truck stop. I have seen some cyclists, I've certainly seen some children walking to school, but it's not a particularly heavy pedestrian or cycling area of the city. The pavements are quite wide on both sides, and in my view, by ensuring that it is possible to both cycle, probably with a cycle line down the middle, and walk, and if it is necessary to improve the quality of the pavement, I think those improvements personally would make a bigger difference, but I strongly support the red light cameras.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hutt.
Thank you. I guess I just want to reiterate some of Councillor Thompson's comments around, you know, this project was highlighted because of the highest crash risk in the city. So, you know, the suggestion that we might have other priorities is quite strange to me. If we don't have the highest crash risk as a priority of making it safer, I'm not really quite sure what we're doing. But it's also because of the proximity to schools, and you've got Mairoa and Fraser and Norton. You've got children and older people using the medical centre there, and you've got people walking and cycling to the gym as well. So I think a really important additional aspect to this is about supporting services and businesses in the area so that people feel safe to use them. I wanted to also highlight the comments that Mairoa College had made, if I can find them in the 177 pages, but Mairoa Intermediate School described the intersection as very dangerous. The school advised that potentially up to half their students use this intersection, and nearly 700 kids go to Mairoa Intermediate, and advised that anyone who observed what happens during school drop-off and pick-up times would understand why they're concerned. I'm someone who tries to get out to Norton as much as I can, but, you know, as a cyclist, that intersection is one of the things that makes me very nervous about taking that route to get out there. So I don't disagree that red light cameras would be an asset and would help support the behaviour we want to see. But, you know, the second option of this to me is already a compromise. I would have preferred to have seen a raised intersection like Bryce Anglesey. So I feel like I'm already making a compromise and choosing the second option, let alone reallocating that funding to something else which isn't the highest crash risk.
Thank you. Mayor Southgate.
Thank you. Thank you. I agree with many of the comments made. We've got our decisions do have to be wherever practical, data-led, and I'm happy with the data that has been produced, and I'm not going to second-guess the experts who've given us the data and support their work where we can. Just want to make another comment because every time there's a transport project, the commentary around the fire services come up, and every time I need to remind council that we have stepped into that process, you and I, Chair O'Leary, to talk directly with the top brass of the fire service to make sure that the process for including them in all project designs is much more robust. I'd be disappointed if that hadn't been the case, but we are talking to the top of the tree and making sure that they sign off their approval on all projects that are on priority emergency routes. So my expectation is, and I'd be disappointed if I find out later it didn't happen, that they have in fact been consulted with and signed to their approval, as was the expectation of the new process that we put in place, Deputy Mayor O'Leary and myself, through the work that she did. So on that matter, I think, well, that's it, actually. That's all I'll say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just say a few words. I wholly agree with everything that everyone has said, but because of tight financial times, I agree strongly with Councillor Taylor's insight into this, in that there is a signalised intersection there now. The problem is not the intersection, as Councillor McIntyre also pointed out, but actually it's the dangerous driving through the intersection that's the problem. I've also raised over many years the idea of red light cameras, and I'm still not sure why we don't have them. I'm solely convinced that they would be a new revenue stream for us as well, but there seems to be a pushback when we raise it. So perhaps this is the time, this motion that Councillor Taylor has put up, perhaps this is a time to pause and look at this intersection as a trial of that. I don't know. I'm not a traffic engineer, but at this point in time, I feel that this is a sensible way forward, given that there is something that is working there now, and there are a lot of other intersections, as Councillor Taylor raised, where there is nothing and there are some serious safety concerns. So I will be supporting the motion. Councillor Van Osten.
Yes, sorry, just a late entry from me. I support the comments made by Councillor Anna and Councillor Sarah, and thank them for bringing the staff recommendation option 2 to our for our consideration. I also look at the data to be able to support decisions that we make, and it being the number one concern is the top of my awareness around this. And I used that intersection as a Mairo intermediate student many years ago, and it was very dangerous even then. Now with the lights and improvements, we can see that it needs further attention. A red light camera, useful tools for us to be able to use, but it still relies on people to slow down and respect that. So I think that having physical works happening there to slow people down helps even further. I also question the concern that members have around our tight budget. Yes, it is tight, but this has been a project that was included within our long-term plan. We have funding of 51% from Waka Kotahi already confirmed, and it would be a shame not to be able to take advantage of that for this community and the safety concerns that it addresses. Kia ora.
Councillor Pike.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, look, I think the main thing here is the amendment, the motion, sorry, by yourself and Councillor Taylor allows council to look at the whole scope of project, including, as you've both raised, intersections that have no controls in place. It still allows us to take time and look at other options such as the red light cameras that have been raised, and to take the time to understand the implications of a camera being put in, and not taking away that pressure of having to spend the money. It just kind of takes that that pressure off. And also, listening, and it seems like there is some mixed feedback. So I find comfort that this motion doesn't preclude us from doing any work at this intersection, and that we can definitely make more improvements as we need to, but also lets us look at things across the whole scope of the city. So I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Taylor, right of reply.
Thank you. Very quickly, thanks for all your comments on both sides. There were comments about data and statistics, and I accept that. What I would also say, though, is that we have a role ourselves as governors, and we have a role to apply our own lens to the statistics and the data that we see, and to the reports that we see. Staff have their role, and we have our role. And I place considerable value in the community's gut feel. And the community in the West, as a role, schools will always want more safer. I haven't ever talked to a school who doesn't want some safety interventions, and they do, and I get that, that's their role. But the community, my feeling from that community is their gut feel is that this is over the top. My feel is that they are surprised, and they talk about effective use of resources. They talk about red light cameras, and I think if we go ahead with this, we are misjudging the community's feel on this, and I place considerable importance on that, which is why I feel the way I do on this. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Right, we're going to go to the board for the vote. So we are voting on the Councillor Casey Cox and Councillor Thompson's amendment, which is the staff recommendation. So let's vote on that now. So this is for the intersection improvements to move forward. Councillor Pike, did you intend to swap your vote then? I'm just checking with you.
Sorry, is this the
so
green
this is
light ones, or
this is for the funding to go ahead. So this is not
For
Councillor
Avalon.
Taylor's motion. So this would, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, so you had, I think your first vote no was correct, that's right.
We'll just have to reset that one quickly because it seems like an error has popped through.
Okay, right. Let's reset. So again, we're voting on the staff recommendation, which is in our papers for the intersection and the spend to go ahead. We are voting for the amendment, which is the staff recommendation, which is for the funding, the spend and the project to go ahead. Let's
Resetting
vote.
one more time.
We're doing that one more time. I don't think I could be any clearer. It's the staff recommendation. Staff recommendation. Third time's a charm.
Councillors Huata and Bidder.
The amendment is lost. 6 for, 8 against.
Right, now we will move to the motion, which is the Councillor Taylor motion, which is to, well, you know what it is if you've been paying attention, which is, yeah, right. So let's vote on the Councillor Taylor, seconded by myself, motion now. Yeah, she is. Stevie's got 2 votes.
The motion is carried, noting that Councillor Huata is dissenting.
Great, thank you. Now, we are well overdue for a morning tea break. I'm just going to test with the committee. We've got the Morrinsville project. I've moved it, Councillor Hutt has seconded it. I can put that to the vote unless there are going to be some questions of staff. If there are questions, can you indicate to me? We'll go for a break now. You think we can dispose of it? Councillor Taylor, I'm looking at you. Do you think you'll have questions? We can have a break. All right, let's have a break. Let's have a break. We will break till 20 past. Now I'm running out of battery somewhere. back, everyone. We are fed and watered and we will carry on. So the remainder of this item is the E, F and G on page 44. So this is the approval of the macroscope design for the walking and cycling facilities on Morrinsville Road. And you will recall that this was came to our last committee meeting, actually. So we should be fairly over the detail of this, but I will open up if there are any questions at this point and invite Robin. Come on down. It's like a quiz show, except there are no prizes.
Money order.
Yeah. And this has been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Hutt to proceed with the macroscope. Right, so Robin, did you just want to give us a high-level quick summary and then we'll go to questions if there are any?
So basically the recommendation that we have put to elected members is for option 2 in the report. That is upgrading the facilities on Morrinsville Road with separated cycleways, having raised safety platforms on the side roads of Mullane, Morris and Barclay, upgrading the existing signalised pedestrian crossing out near the school with some curb extensions, and to look at a signalised crossing further closer to the Hillcrest shops, cheese shop, that sort of thing, to help people get across there, signalised with curb extensions but no raised safety platform components across Morrinsville Road.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Mayor. Thanks, Robin. Just some clarity, but there's still the raised platform on 2 of the side roads,
3
correct?
of the side roads.
3,
yes,
sorry.
Yes.
Now, is NZTA funding the entire expenditure envelope, including the traffic signalling? It's
Yes.
the entire?
Yes.
Right. So we're not taking funds from anywhere else. NZTA's the whole quantum.
Yes.
You're not smiling. It's a very blank look. You're just.
Sorry? Yes.
That's better. Okay. I was just.
If I may, Councillor, I'm smiling.
You're smiling.
Council gave us clear directives at the last meeting when we looked at the roundabout proposal to ensure that we did not go beyond the funding that NZTA had provided us for this.
Okay, thank you. My final question was, where are we with the comms strategy about talking to those who will be affected during the construction time framing? Where are we with that?
So under the decision-making framework that you've agreed to, this is the first stage of that. So this is the first stage of giving us the approval to go out with the high-level concept design to the community and engage with them directly, which will include businesses, education facilities in the area, as well as the local residents through door knocking and information. So this next stage takes us into that consultation.
And then it comes back to us.
And then it comes back to through the briefing and then through to committee with the final proposal.
Right, so we'll
taking
have another.
into account that feedback that
Right,
we've
so
made.
we'll have another
received.
bite at the cherry.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Kind of holding off pending this decision so that we could go out to the community to talk about the 3, because we've had it in 3 parts. So this is the last piece in the puzzle so that we can go out and explain the whole program to them.
Gotcha, thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Look, apologies if the information is in here somewhere. I got so carried away with the Forest Lake Road one that I didn't pick up everything on this. Can I just check? I'm not obsessed with car parking at all, but just can you give me a rough idea? We're looking at the less extreme option here, aren't we? Of the two options, and you're saying there'll be less car parking loss, but still some.
Yeah, so I guess The original business case by NZTA recommended taking all parking out.
Right.
So we put that to one side,
Sure.
said that wasn't a possibility. The two options that we looked at, the key difference between the two is really option one had raised safety platforms across Morrinsville Road.
Yep.
Option two doesn't. As regard to the impact on parking, option 1 and 2 are the same. We're only expecting minimal changes in around like intersections where we might remove a car park so that we get good visibility there, but we're certainly very aware and working hard to make it as minimal as possible.
Thanks, Robin. And the second part was, in terms of the concrete separators and that, there seemed to be some angst about, or some queries about that, just from one of our public submitters talking about it. Are those set in stone? I was trying to think of another way to say it. Are those, or is that, thank you. Are they a fait accompli, or is that something that could still be, in the macroscope, could still be altered so that we could have some discretion on it, or?
So we're definitely keen to get something physical, something more than just a hit stick, because the hit sticks get hit, and that creates a maintenance issue, and it's also you end up with them lying all over the place. There are different types of solid separators, and that's certainly something that if we get approval for this, that's the sort of thing that we start looking into and looking at what the best type is when and where, and that also has an impact on when we come to deliver the project, assuming we get that far, as to the ease of putting them in and the impact during that sort of construction period. So they're all the sorts of things that we'll climb into if we get approval today.
Thanks, Robin. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Bidder.
Robin, is there an opportunity to put in the door opening lane without losing car parks?
That's certainly something we're happy to have a look at. There is still a little bit more room adjacent to the solid median that we could look at taking out. What we've tried to do is minimise road marking changes, because that's really hard to do well. The black paint has the strange ability to show up better than white paint many times. So, so that's what we were trying to do, but we can certainly look at that and see what we can accommodate.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Casey Cox.
Kia ora, Robin. Just a question around Peter's suggestion of the doorways. Yeah, is that something that we could...
Just...
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, I should listen more. Yeah, sorry. There, that's right. Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Van Alsten.
Thank you. I know that this is a microscope, so wider, but the slip lane from Cambridge Road and the impact that might have on the pedestrian crossing, and also the speed limit down that stretch. Are those the sorts of things that you'll come back to us with further detail around and any additional considerations for?
So speed limits is something that has already been sort of recommended through the reports. So the existing speed limit through this section is 50 with a variable 40 in place for the school. We're working with NZTA to implement the 30 variable in place for that. As we head out of town, we're looking at where the current 50 ends, moving that to the other side of the proposed roundabout at Silverdale Road, and then lowering the existing 80 to 60. So that was all included in the business case, and because NZTA are the road controlling authority, they're the ones that have to implement that. For us, looking at that slip lane, that's the next step for us. Once we get general approval of this macroscope, that's the sort of thing that we'll start looking at and how we can manage that, make sure that that's not a safety risk. It may be that we have to actually move it down, the crossing facility down a little bit. We don't want to go too far, because obviously then it's not as desirable for pedestrians. So they're the sorts of things that we'll climb into for the next stage.
Thank you, Robin. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, that looks like that's all the questions disposed of. So we'll pop the motion up on the board, which is just, as I've said, E, F and G in the staff recommendation. And as we're doing that, I will move to debate as the mover. Excuse me. on the agenda for the 26th of September, unlike some transport projects that we tackle and have tackled over the last few years, for this particular one we had significant public support. In fact, even before we've gone out and engaged with the community formally and consulted, we got 42 submissions from the public, from schools in the area, from residents in the area, from groups working in the gully from residents groups strongly advocating for this intersection, for us to get on with it. Particularly, one of the things raised was, it's great that this is being funded by NZTA. And interestingly too, that wasn't lost on probably many of us, quite a few of those written submissions, 42 of them, within there were specifically requesting raised safety platforms. So when we had the discussion and we had questions, I recall us coming to a really great proposal in the end of putting the raised safety platforms on the side streets where would take pedestrians walking and cycling to and from many of the locations, but particularly people-focused locations in that area across roads safely. So I was really proud of the support that we got from the public with the 42 submissions and how organised they were. And remember, the gallery was quite full with people advocating for this intersection. So I'm really pleased with the decision that we have today, and I do hope that it goes through as a reflection of that community. I'll go to Councillor Hutt as the seconder.
Thank you. There were some good questions that answered this, but I did just want to remind that it is macroscope approval, so the public will have an ability to have a say, and we have another decision to make after that. But not dissimilar to Deputy Mayor O'Leary, my reflections on the public is that they were pretty explosive, and I say that as someone who went along to the Matangi community meeting, who has talked to members of the public, and these were some really staunch, but from a wide walk of life, people who really wanted to see better walking, cycling connections in that area for just a few 100 metres down the road. But I have taken on a little bit of a side gig lately of speech judging at Berkeley. I honestly don't believe that they knew I was a city councillor. But I've spent several hours at that school listening to the most incredibly intelligent, thoughtful, 10, 11, 12-year-olds. And I've also spoken to their deputy principal about what it was like to find a child who was hit by a car outside on Morrinsville Road. And so, having heard from some young leaders from their school about their aspirations for our city and, their aspirations for their future, it really hurts my heart to imagine that, they would be put in dangerous situations still. So very excited to go out to the community with this, actually, and looking forward to the public having more staunch opinions about this and hopefully seeing some kids get safely to school.
Thank you. Councillor Casey Cox.
Yeah, I just want to support the motion and excited by the project and have been reflecting this morning on the significance of that whole area actually for our city and for our history as well, recognising that along that stretch of road was the Mangaonua, or is the Mangaonua Pa, and the history of that pa and being a place of refuge and, protection and supporting people on their travels. And so when I think about that history and the work that we're doing to improve the safety and take care of our community along that stretch of road, there is a really, I guess, a lovely synergy between that history and what we're doing. So I'm really excited to see it happen and look forward to the strong public engagement. Kia ora.
Thank you. All right, there are no further speakers, so I don't need a right of reply, so we'll pop this one on the board. Pop. Is that what you said? I did. Pop. That's good, since you've seconded it. Great.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Excellent, thank you. Yeah, you did. Just, well, you did in spirit. Yeah, we read your mind.
Oh, we'll reset that one.
Okay. There's always one. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Oh, we're doing everything times 3. Yeah, pop.
Do I need to make my joke again?
Yes.
Third time
Rick.
lucky.
Third time lucky. Sorry, Zoomers. We don't know what's going on in the chamber today. Third time.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Oh, there we go. Wonderful. All right, now we're on to item 7. I've just got a few words to say before I hand over to staff. Sorry, yes, that's what I said. You all misheard me. Look, I just want to once again and formally in an open meeting thank the members who were present at the workshop on Tuesday. It was a roll your sleeves workshop as we promised. And so I want to thank Councillor Thompson and Councillor McIndoe, who were either sick at home or sick with babies at home, who did Zoom in. Unfortunately, it wasn't a session that we could manage via Zoom, but really appreciate you listening anyway. And I want to thank Councillors Hutt, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Anna Casey-Cox, Councillor Van Osten, Councillor Huata and Councillor Pike for a really terrific session. It really was. And watching the right and the left come together over Angie's baking was a joy to behold. Thank you also, because we received apologies from Councillor Wilson and Mayor Paula, who were on council business. I am going to just briefly, in my role as Chair and Deputy Mayor of this council, say that I am progressively disappointed, however, at the lack of attendance of briefings by some members, and I do hope that after a summer and Christmas break, that we might expect better attendance next year. But yes, thank you. Look, I think it was fantastic. The staff enjoyed it. We enjoyed it. And boy, we really did give the staff a really clear steer. And I think there's kind of something to be said about not being hampered by NZTA, isn't there? There's something about that, and I think that was kind of the or underlying theme that we enjoyed the most. We were masters of our own destiny. So just noting that the feedback that we did give staff is some of it is reflected in terms of the green projects in this report today, that staff have gone away. We had these fabulous lists, and we had massive sheets held up by Martin Parks and Gordon expertly well. We had the new and fabulous Sarah Loynes, and of course Robin Denton was there as well, and it was just it was really good. It was really, really good. So the next part of that process, for those that weren't able to attend, is that staff will go away and work on the indications that we gave, and bring them back to craft them up in terms of a little bit more detail around the projects, as well as the funding and costs. Come back to another workshop in February, and then we'll have another little look at that, and then that will come to March for final sign-off. It's a great process. Right. With that said, I'm not going to entertain going through every item in the green list because that was done at the workshop, but I will allow some questions, of course, but we're not going to go through it line by line. So I probably have stealed a little bit of your thunder. Just a little, but over to you, Robin, if you want to present the report.
Thank you. So if I can rewind to how I started the last report. So yeah, strike two. So yeah, this is to deal with the funding that elected members agreed to keep, the local share. We did have a workshop and presented a list of green projects that we were looking to get approval to get on and deliver. And then we've also got the proposed replacement of the paving in Worley Place. And the chair has covered off very nicely the next steps for the remaining amount of funding. So this, approving the green projects today will approve about a third of the funding for the 3-year period. And I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Mayor Southgate.
Thank you, and thank you for running that workshop. I was flying the flag for water reform on that day, so we're at Waikato District. So in terms of just the one project, I think you've done a great job, and I don't want to go into the detail. Just want to ask a couple of quick questions about Worley Place. No surprises there. The price for the concrete was a little bit higher than when I first had a conversation with staff, but presumably that's fully costed out now.
So my understanding, and I'm sorry I wasn't part of the conversations, but my understanding is that price includes removal of existing, installation of the new concrete and reinforcing to cater for the trucks going through there, and also the traffic management. The traffic management itself is not a problem, it's the pedestrian management that's probably the bigger challenge, and that's making sure that it's all fenced off so that we don't have people inadvertently adding footprints or fingerprints and that sort of thing to the new concrete, and keeping them safe as that work is done.
Yeah, okay. All right, that makes sense because I remember it being closer to just around the 600,000, so, but that does make sense if you say that. Just in terms of repair, ongoing repair to that place, that strip over time, have we got any idea? I did warn staff this question was coming, so I hope the answer's here, around the cost that council has incurred from the regular picking up and replacing of the cobbles as they walk around, as they move around?
Yes, so I understand that it's about 40k, is that correct, Tania, to date? The team have estimated that there's probably about another 15k worth of work that needs to be done if there's not a decision made today. 40k in what
15,
period of time? 15.
15.
To get out there and address what we have today. So if there wasn't a decision made today about moving to concrete immediately, then the work that they would get in and
so
do in the next few months.
40k is the entire, over the entire life of those bricks. That's because you've picked them up and put them down more than a handful of times, right?
So the last time we did the work, Mayor Paul, was approximately 2 years ago. So that was about 40.
I recall, because we all went to stand there.
Yeah, so that was about $40,000 for that particular
and
piece.
Previous, because this is not the only time they've been picked up and put down.
Apologies, I don't have the previous amount.
I
or
understood
the
it was
time
well
frame.
over 100,000 when you looked at the complete life of the project.
Oh, yeah, I don't have that information to hand, I'm sorry.
Right, thank you. And in terms of concrete, with the new technologies, will this give us the opportunity to demonstrate the desire lines for pedestrians more clearly than they currently are?
I think if there's a decision made to go with concrete, then that's something that we're going to have a good look at, because the idea of a shared zone is that it's meant to be pedestrians moving anywhere, not just in set locations. So we need to have a good think about whether that's, if we're going to change the look and feel there, whether it's actually still appropriate to be a shared zone. But that's the sort of detail that we can get into with that.
Okay, okay. I'll leave something for debate, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hutt.
Thank you. Robin, can you remind me the reason the pavers are so migratory? And some of them are quite broken in the middle as well. And that's primarily because it is trucks and traffic going through there. It's not pedestrian. It's not just the sheer volume of pedestrians.
No, we do have a reasonable volume of pedestrians, but it is. I guess it's two things. It's one is the traffic moving through there, but the bigger problem is that it's actually a really large space. It's not, the cobbles are not contained within a smaller area. So, you know, a millimetre each over a large area results in quite a big piece of movement. So it's a reflection of the way it was originally set up.
That's reassuring that it's not my fault because I go to Cream every day, so that's good. You answered this a little bit with me, Paula's questions, but like $850 for what might be 20 metres of concrete versus, I'm just thinking back to the music shop bus stop, which was proposed to be $700K for a bus shelter, a crossing and a pedestrian refuge. Like there's been other projects for lesser sums that seem to get more from.
I think it's not going to be an easy site to work. So part of that is all of that fencing, for example, and also making sure that the base is prepared appropriately for this and the reinforcing that needs. There is also the possibility that we need to look at the drainage in there. It's certainly been altered at least once, and we'll have to make sure that the lines and levels are such that we don't end up with ponding. At least with pavers it tends to disappear. So all of that sort of work, I guess, we talk about having a P95 cost. That's sort of the worst case, making sure that we've got plenty of contingencies. At this stage we haven't gone into any detailed sort of work, so they're all of the bits and pieces that as we get more certainty we'd expect that price to come down.
And how long would it take to turn it into concrete? Like what could the disruption to businesses there, what would they be expecting?
So the indication from the team is if we had a decision today and had some clear direction as to what they're going to put down, then they would look to try and get that in February. If we had a decision later on, they'd have to get everything done by April would be sort of the latest that they'd want to get in and do that work such that I guess you don't end up with a mud puddle basically trying to work in adverse conditions, weather conditions. So April would be the latest that they'd want to go in.
Okay. And how many weeks would a week, 2 weeks, 5 weeks?
I don't have that detail at this stage.
I have to admit I probably remember Worley Place being open to traffic for, my recent memory. Can you tell me about why we allowed traffic through there in the first place? I assume that was a decision made 10 years ago?
From recollection, it was probably about 2009, 10. It was part of the City Heart program and was involved with the removal of the car park. The Garden Place car park entrance used to be off the end of Alexandra Street and go down through there. And then there was a multi-level peace wall garden and that sort of thing. So my understanding, because I wasn't here at the time, of those decisions was that the aim was to remove those elements, open it up, and there was a desire to have vehicles moving through there because it was felt that having surveillance of drivers going through would address some of the antisocial behaviour that was occurring.
Do you think that's been effective?
I think most drivers are intent on driving, not hitting other vehicles coming at them and negotiating their way through the space. I'm not sure how much surveillance we receive, but it's not something you can quantify either.
We haven't seen a list of options for this. Like this, we're getting one proposal, directly to us. Do we have a list of options that could come to a workshop?
I'm sorry, I wasn't involved in the early discussions, Tania May.
We could look at options if you wanted to, and one of your decisions today would be to maybe move this into the yellow projects so that we bring information back to the February briefing, I mean, there is a list of, it's one of your considerations, I suppose, is the other things that are happening within the area, such as the development of the hotel at the end, and the consideration we'll need to have for that space for heavy vehicular traffic moving through, and making sure those cobbles are probably not going to be fit for purpose for that type of movement in the future. But that is something that you may choose to defer to February.
And do you have information today on how this would fit into the wider central city development, or, you know, the garden place strategy, or, you know, like just looking at the other things happening around it and how that ties together?
We've previously, over many iterations, provided different options for Worley Place, Garden Place, Caro Street, which again we would be happy to bring back to elected members to view and to look at from a probably more of a macroscope level than that particular site.
Cool. Thank you for your patience, Chair. Councillor Bidder.
Robin, if we make savings on temporary traffic management across the green projects, can we get the go-ahead on a signal crossing for Southall School?
The Southall School proposal was in the list of yellow projects elected members considered on Tuesday.
Yep.
I'm in your hands as to whether elected members want to progress that as a green project. As I explained earlier, all those prices are based on a 95 percentile. A lot of the programs in the green list that we've got, we would basically just keep doing the work until we spent the money. So it's things like the Cuban Channel. We'll work in with existing projects that are happening, renewals and that sort of thing, and we would just spend up to that. So there is not anticipate to make savings in those areas. And so there may be a little, but I'm very much in elected members' hands around direction on that.
Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair Angela. Robin, just on the 850 for the paving at Worley Place, so that's a standalone project, isn't it? Like, it doesn't take into account, let's say we're going to change it and pedestrianise it, or make it one way instead of two way or anything. That's all separate to what is actually being proposed here. It's just the resurfacing. Yes. Would it not? Could it not be that if you do that we could get it resurfaced with here, but then when a decision is made to maybe pedestrianise it or change the traffic flow, we might end up having to spend more money on the surface or on alignment and stuff like that. I'm just wondering, would there be some wisdom in actually waiting until you know what you're going to do with the area?
I guess that's where we're looking for direction from elected members as to what they want that look and feel to be. Certainly as part of the yellow list, we talked about works in Caro Street and in Alexandra Street, which will sort of feed into that general area. And I understand that there are other projects, for example, that the Parks team have for changes coming through.
Okay, yeah. So. Thank you. That consolidates my thinking. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, and then I'll come to the Zoomers.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Mayor. Robin, I just wanted, a lot of my questions have been already answered. I just want verification. The 850 that's been indicated as the cost, could you give me some sort of breakdown on that, further breakdown?
So I don't have the numbers to hand, but I guess the type of work that it includes. So it's picking up the existing pavers, it's removing existing street furniture, I call them UFO planters, that sort of thing. We'd have to work around and look at the street lights, because there's street light columns all in that area as well. Right. So getting all of that taken out, preparing the base, putting in the reinforcing and the concrete. Right.
And so I'm trying to be very careful of the way I ask these questions because I've been critiqued for asking a little too aggressively in the past. So, did staff turn their mind to coming to this meeting where they've put 850 in and not think about wanting to be able to give us a breakdown of what that 850 was going to cover? I mean, I've asked on multiple occasions, and so maybe the GM, can you tell me what the 850 covers?
So at a high level, so yes, apologies, Councillor Wilson.
I don't want high level.
We haven't put that in. So I
you've-
can tell you that the cost covers construction, dig outs, removing existing pavers, and removing those from the site. So there's quite a lot of pavers out of there, and there's a removal costs for those. Removing the seating, the bollards, the signage, the bins, and the garden areas. So there's the UFO things. There's also water services that feed those.
But you can't give me
things.
the breakdown.
So yes, so the
Great,
fencing,
excellent.
the fencing offers around 110,000.
Is which one?
110
For what?
For the construction preparation.
Mm-hmm.
The removal of the seating, bollards, etc., is circa 10,000.
Mm-hmm.
The preparation of the base, so that's getting it ready for the concrete, is 38,000. Looking at drainage as required and knowing, and as Robin has pointed out, some of that drainage is an unknown. So the PC costs for that's 20,000, and then finishing with reinforced coloured concrete is 273,000. So we're looking at about a site of an area of around 682.
So sorry,
square metres.
273, so 473.
And then we've got the estimated traffic management costs of around 84,000. What's not included in that cost, so it gives you around 535,000. What's not included in that cost is the delineation to make it going from what is a pedestrian or recognised pedestrian area into that shared space area. So the costings for that we don't have, and that could be things from heat pressing or stamping the concrete to make it recognisable as a different type of area, and then re-putting back in either street furniture or other bollards.
Right. Okay. Some of those figures don't seem to add up to the total of 850. So I'm
No, because we've allowed for that unknown, so that's that 95% of unknown that Robin was talking about for when we start to dig, and knowing that we do have some drainage and water issues there, making sure we've been able to prepare
okay, thank you for that. So some of my colleagues have asked about the time frame.
Mm-hmm.
Can you give us? Is it a week, as Councillor Louise asked, or is it 2 weeks? Is it?
I don't believe I have the time frame.
Okay.
No,
So-
I don't have the time frame. I'm sorry. For the actual physical works,
right,
I don't
yeah.
have the time frame.
Do you think, from a governance point of view, would that be helpful for us to be aware of how long this would take to complete and the disruption we would have to manage?
Yes, that would be useful information for you.
Okay. But do you have an estimate?
Well, based on what, so if we were able to do construction in the optimum time of February or April, and based on what some of the information Robin has provided, and it being a small area, we could be looking at anything from 6 to 8 weeks maximum.
Okay, 6 to 8 weeks. All right. So final question, if we decided to move this into the yellow, that would give us an opportunity to do a slightly broader analysis of the potential ramifications of this work in line with the potential construction of the hotel and changes, we could address the whole overall strategy with shared space, and it would give you an opportunity to provide us a more detailed breakdown in writing.
Yes.
And a more accurate reflection of the time.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pike.
Sorry, yeah, I think all my questions have been answered now, so.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Well, thank you. Yeah, lots has been covered now. It was just, and I was interested in the Worley Place project. There's the issue of the traffic management. I guess what would we need to do to understand what would actually help with events in that space, like, and you know, and whether bollards are the right answer or not.
So the traffic management associated with closing the shared space, while bollards would be useful, they're not going to make a big difference to the traffic management costs, because your traffic management is signage such as road closed ahead, and then in Victoria Street we also get signage put out there so that people who are turning into Ward Street are aware that they're not going to be able to get through. So that's where the cost is incurred for the traffic management. That's, I guess, required because the shared space is generally open for traffic. If there was a decision made to operate that area in a different way and it wasn't generally open for traffic, then you wouldn't have to do quite as much in that sort of sense. But that's a big change from existing and is not, I guess, on the table for this discussion, I believe.
Yeah, okay. And if, Robin, you talked about April being the latest in the new year that you would be able to do the project. So if this was in the yellow list with more time for understanding the details and working through it, would that, and it went to March, would that give enough time to complete it?
The team have indicated that yes, we could if we're working in parallel and we get some good direction from that sort of February meeting. Then they're comfortable that they could gear up and you know, as long as they've got a good understanding of what's coming, they could gear up and get that done in April.
Okay. And last question was, this is slightly, well, it's not tangential because if you're doing work in the area, you kind of want to get things right. There's a number of trees along there which kind of starting, they look like maybe they don't have enough space and they're kind of looking sad. And I guess will this work include, you know, improving the provision for those, or do we end up, or is that kind of ignored and they're to the side?
I think that's part of what Tania sort of said, that 95th percentile allows us to have those conversations with the parks team and understand what do we need to do for those trees in order to make it a more forgiving space for them. Obviously it's a very hot space for them currently. That's probably not going to change, but they're the sorts of things that we would be able to work through and have a better answer for you in February.
Okay, thank you.
Before I continue with questions, I've got a indication of a motion from Councillor Bidder and Councillor Pike. We'll get that on the board just to help with questions. It is the staff recommendation. Yeah, it is the staff recommendation with C changing, moving the Worley Place shared zone project into the unsubsidised minor transport improvements, which is basically puts it on the yellow list to be prioritised with all the other projects going forward. So we'll keep that up there because that will help further with questions. Thank you, Councillor Pike. Mayor Southgate.
And then I am going to put another amendment, if that's okay. In terms of this project, when I first asked about it, it was potentially able to be done in January when it was a very quiet retail period. That now you're saying February, March, right? So it gets us back into when people are back at work.
Yes, that was correct. That was the initial indication that the team had provided, yes.
That it could be February, March, not as we were originally told, January.
Yes, so we had hoped that we could fit it into the schedule for January to minimise the retail disruption when most people are still away on holiday, but then to fit it into the rest of the work and through our contracts, it would have to be pushed out to February if we got a decision today, or April at the latest if we went to receive a decision today.
So meanwhile, you're going to spend how much to pick up what are you going to spend again?
Approximately 15.
Approximately 15. So you're
10
going to
10
do.
to 15 is
So
what
you're going to
they're
spend that ahead of the decision in February anyway, aren't you? You're going to do that ASAP because it's dangerous, or?
pending today's decision.
Okay, I understand that various aspects of the concrete business have been in touch with you to talk about. I presume you've had those conversations with them about their interest in the project and.
Not me personally. I'm sorry, because it's been Gordon that's been involved with that, and he's now in South Africa. So Tanya may be able to help.
So I haven't. They may have gone through our Connect Hamilton team. We've also had the recent example of the new concrete pavement in Arthur Porter Drive.
And those, amongst others, are people who are willing to talk to us about a showcase project and presumably fine-tune their. So I'm assuming that should happen?
So that would be the type of product we would be looking to put out in that zone because of the
so I would
pilot
like
that
to know
we've had.
if we have responded to the Concrete Association and those people.
I haven't had those contacts myself directly,
Can we
Paula,
find it?
so
Could we please find out?
I will.
That would be good. Last thing, what we're talking about here is really, isn't it just around getting a permanent, unmovable, safe solution for cars and people? This is not a glossy project, but it would complement the CBD work.
I guess that's where we'd have to understand the final look and feel that we're looking for here. In the workshop on Tuesday, there was a discussion with elected members around the potential look and feel for work in Caro Street and Alexandra Street that was at a lower level than the public realm design guidelines, and in that case was reflective of the fact that we've got a lot of footpaths that are very old and tired and often unsafe.
So what would be the benefits of rolling this discrete bit of rumble strip in with the wider work? I'm sorry because I wasn't there, but what would be the benefits of getting Caro Street up in the mix when we were just talking about the cobbles, the bricks?
It would be hard to say. You'd have to look at what I guess the opportunities are for your synergies of work. Part of that depends on what look and feel we decide on for the likes of Caro and Alexandra, and that was to be talked through the February report. So basically the meeting on Tuesday agreed that perhaps not the highest level, but something that was a lower level. So that hasn't been
For Caro
and Alexandra Street.
Does that potentially delay and complicate this little piece being done?
It comes down to elected members' direction as to how they want to tie it together.
Yeah, I get that, but it would potentially take more time in the design and all of that kind of thing as a result.
There is more design work to be done in those other areas, but you would at least have an understanding of making sure that the look and feel tied together, I guess. If it was something, if it was tied into at least the February discussions, the work can then be phased out over the next couple of years as needed.
Putting aside the amenity aspects, do you consider that the current current way that that piece of transport network is constructed is working effectively?
I think the idea of it was to be a shared zone, which means that in the first instance it's meant to look like a pedestrian area that allows traffic to come into it. And that's meant to help reinforce the fact that pedestrians have right of way. So that's why it is in that material and is, I guess, carries on the look and feel from Garden Place. It's got the same sort of pavers, same colours, same pattern, and that is the theory behind creating a shared zone, and that was why that decision was made.
Is it functioning like that, like really well as a pedestrian shared area, in your opinion?
The traffic volumes are probably higher than desired. The traffic speeds are generally reasonably low, and that's because of those volumes and the fact that people have to give way to each other in vehicles. It then very much depends on the driver as to whether they recognise you and let you cross as a pedestrian, or whether they're
So the
intent on
drivers
getting
have
through.
an upper hand really in what's a shared space, don't they?
Yes, most
Yeah.
of the time.
Okay, all right, thank you. I just work on some words, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Naidoo-Rolfe?
Most of my questions have been answered. Thanks, Robin. There's a lot of work going on as well in the community team with, play elements and garden plays and a whole lot of conversation. Have you connected with that team, and does this marry together, or are we spending? Because you mentioned, seating, lighting, like all of that's happening in another place as well.
No, we've done none of that work at this stage of connecting with the community team.
All right. And if this was moved to the yellow list, because I know we've got another playground working group coming up in February as well. So is there an opportunity to get this? My concern is, I just want it to work in with each other. So how does that happen?
Yes, it would. The direction of the committee, we would work with the community group to understand what and again, it's looking at that macroscope more than just the treatment of that particular area. So we wouldn't factor those things in.
Last thing, because with the lighting, for example, because you mentioned that there's a lot of light poles, I think was the word. And we've been talking, the overall garden place concept plan had things like festoon lighting going through that area, but obviously different budget lines, different projects. But could your budget stretch to something that they're doing, like within council, different units within council? Are you confident that you could work together
across
to
the
achieve
units,
some of that
yeah,
stuff?
across the units in council, I think for decorative type of lighting, we have to also factor in the ongoing maintenance and operational costs of those types of treatments. But yes, absolutely, we can work, and we will work right across. And like I think we mentioned trees. And the types of trees that are in place, ensuring that we've got the right trees and the right street furniture as well, in lines with our design guidelines.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Southgate, should we have a... Councillor Van Osten?
Yeah, thank you. I just have one question for the mover of the red words. It's just for clarification of approves. Is it their intention that the project is a yes, but needs to have further discussion and understanding of what the project is? So if we're moving it into the yellow, it's a yes in that project, so it falls ahead of others that are in it.
Exactly right.
So in terms,
So that's not quite what the motion achieves. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. And if that is the intention, Councillor Bitter, then governance can work a little bit with you. You may want to you may want to, have a chat to a few members because that wasn't the intention here. And Mayor Southgate's, we will have time for her to craft up hers as well. Let's take till 20 past. Are we all back? Always is, isn't it? So, Sarah's got a sun hat on. She has changed these. Oh, and look at Stevie's got a hat on as well. Now, I just wanted to clarify before we get these motions and amendments on the board. I've triple checked with staff. If the project, if Worley Place project ends up in the yellow, then staff can go away and they can bring us back options in terms of treatments and stuff in February for that workshop. I recommend everybody come to that workshop. And then if that is a priority, it will, at the workshop, if there's an indication then, and I'm not hearing anyone saying that something shouldn't be done, it's just the what and the cost and the when, then that will be on the March report for confirmation, and the staff have said it can still make this construction season if those everything being equal along that process.
Clarity,
Yes.
we'll be changing the word approves, right, on the bidder pike.
The movement of the project. Yeah.
Okay.
Movement of the project to be
All right.
added, yeah. Approves the addition of the project to be, oh, yeah, I don't want to wordsmith.
So you're not
Why
approving...
don't we just reallocate? Okay.
You're
How
not
about
approving
approves moving the Worley
Yes.
Place shared zone project to be added to? And- All right,
Happy with that.
so that's a motion. Mayor Southgate, do you have an amendment? Yep, okay, so
Not
we'll...
so far apart though, but I do.
Yep, okay.
And Maxine is seconding it for me.
Okay. All right, and this is this the staff recommendation? Is it slightly different? Slightly different. Final design will be, would consider integration with other planned CBD, okay, all right. Okay, any questions for clarity on either the motion or the amendment?
Who can't read things far away.
Yeah.
And in red.
And in red. Yeah.
Approves in principle the improvements to Worley Place Youth Zone to be funded from the local share.
Right.
Subject,
Okay.
subject to agreement.
Yeah.
Yes.
The timing on that, is it February as well? Or, I'm just questioning the process.
Yeah. Mayor Southgate, is that the intention?
What's that?
So that's...
Yeah, it goes to the same workshop. What, you're going to get us to talk to our motions, aren't you?
So you're wanting this to go into the yellow then?
Yeah, go into the yellow, but be approved.
It does need, yeah, I think that needs...
What do you, yep, you can be more specific. You can be more explicit that it goes into the yellow.
But as a priority.
But
yeah.
as a priority, something that in principle we've agreed to, subject to design. I think it's reasonable.
As long as it's clear to staff, right? Yeah.
You're nodding. Is it?
So if I can just be clear, so
Yeah.
councillor Bidder's motion is for the project to be moved into the yellow to be considered in the whole quantum of the yellow projects with a February briefing. And Mayor Paula, yours is to approve the project in principle subject to design, which we would bring, and costings, which we would bring back to the February.
At the same workshop,
So
yeah.
at the same workshop, but it would have almost a top ranking rather than being included in that program.
Yeah. Yeah, subject to
Well,
all the
it's-
detail, which we
Yeah,
agree
it is
we
subject
need.
to design and costing still,
Yeah,
but
of
it's
course.
asking to be considered as a priority against all the other CBD projects in the yellow list at the outset, yeah. Councillor Wilson?
quick question of staff. In light of this workshop in February, will the analysis be completed with the integration with the other major projects that are occurring, including the hotel and those ramifications by then?
I'm looking at Robin here for guidance.
So we've got some early thinking from the hotel about what they're looking at. So I've got that to hand now, so I can answer yes to that. And then I think for the parks and open spaces, I believe that they've got some reasonable ideas as to where they're going with that. So I think we should be able to.
Okay, so Robin, in that stuff from the hotel, it's not just the end goal they're trying to achieve, but you've got an understanding of the movement of heavy vehicles in and out of that area and goods for construction during that period.
Probably not the construction, because they're doing a retrofit as such.
For want of a better description, you're comfortable whether or not big trucks with material won't be using or will be using Worley as a mechanism of access.
Yeah, well, we actually have a crane coming in the next couple of weeks, a 60-ton crane coming in this way. So we'll be looking at what they can put down to help protect the cobbles as they move through. So that sort of thing's happening already.
Right, but I'm just trying.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to labour it, but if the project goes ahead and we lay new concrete down, that could be happening early next year.
So
and I'm just trying to get my head around.
It's a timing rather than a quality of the product. What you're saying is, what is the timelines? How do the timelines work? Yes. Okay, so yes, we can talk about that as well with the developer. Yes.
Because that will be vital at that workshop, right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Councillor Thompson?
Sorry, I understand. How would the two motions differ in terms of the work that you do between now and the workshop? Would it mean that, would one of these mean more detailed work is completed compared to the other?
No, you'd get the same level of detail for either option.
Okay, and if at that point we get the level of detail and we go, and councillors want to rethink, are we locked in any way with this? Because it's subject to final design, we don't have to, I don't know, revocate anything, it's just really a signal more than anything that we want to do something in this space.
I might have to just check with Amy on that one.
Yes, because if you were to say that you didn't agree because of the cost purpose or
the design.
because it wasn't going to work with something, that would mean
You wouldn't need the revocation. And sorry to labour it, like it says improves in principle the improvements, but if we want to be open in terms of what these improvements should look like, you know, like will you come to us still with options, or will it be just working on what's currently in this list as the, you know, the concrete being the solution?
No, we will give you options. The option, the pricing we've provided for this report today is based on full concrete treatment with reinforcement. We would look at other options within that as well.
Okay, all right, so, okay, all right, thank you. So we'll still, with either of these, we still get the full suite of options and we, you know, understanding the whole problem as well, not because as Councillor Jeff brought up, you know, traffic movements, whether it should be one or two way, all of those questions can be answered.
Yeah, And both of these are subject to a variety of things. The first one's subject to prioritisation over a whole other list of things. This one, subject to final design and costs being agreed upon. And Amy has advised us that wouldn't need to be a revocation of a decision at any point. It could be, correct me if I'm wrong, at the workshop, the final design and costs don't land great, and the workshop says staff not happy with this, go away and do some other work, right? Yeah.
Until it's landed on
And-
what that would
Yeah.
be.
Yeah, yeah.
Recommendation that I've drafted for consideration, which is around the integration into the planned CBD revitalisation, which we're all coming together on a meeting
Yep.
for shortly.
Yeah.
So that's another in or out, really,
Yep.
because if it doesn't properly integrate or meet the needs of the CBD
Yep.
revitalisation,
Yep.
you know.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so,
Procedural.
Councillor Wilson?
Yeah,
Yep.
procedural question
Yeah.
to governance. The reason you're permitting these two, which are very similar.
They're unbelievably similar, yes.
Okay, but I'm assuming what you're saying is what justifies them being different is that Mayor Paula's one approves this project because
It's almost like the step one approach, where the first step with the motion is
Yeah.
prioritisation versus.
So that's my question. I'm just understanding orders. The way it is right now, if the mayor's doesn't actually approves the project, I can't see how the two of them can sit there because, so you are saying that this project is approved with some design tweaking.
Yes.
So it's not, there's not going to be a discussion about prioritisation. This
No,
is
the prioritisation
approves.
point. Yes, you've
Okay,
got it.
where the
Other one.
councillor Bidders is, it goes into the pile of others and will be prioritised.
Yes.
Yep.
Right,
Yeah.
but yours has to happen
In some
because,
form.
right, so yours is happening, okay.
Unless we don't like the design or the costs.
Exactly.
So,
But,
or it doesn't integrate with.
okay, so can governance just rule on that? Because
Yes, so
it mu-
because if it was to be that the design was not, you weren't happy with it, staff would go away and do more work and then more work until
Correct, and, yeah.
it gets to a point of happiness.
Right,
We-
but because if you're not going to do it, then it would have to be revoked.
We would,
I don't see it that way.
because it would be redesigned and because the indication that everybody's already said with the central city projects and the revitalisation plan, that also has it being incorporated in, so that's where it also makes it difficult for the revocation status, where you're just, it's not as black and white as you would like it to be.
Okay. Madam Chair, I'm trying to just get some clarity.
Yep.
Amy, what you've just said is, it has to go ahead, and your solution is, it's going to go ahead because we're going to keep redesigning it until there is Okay, so that's my point. So if there was at a point where we couldn't agree on the design and couldn't agree on the quantum, you would have to revocate the earlier decision you're making now. Is that correct? Respectfully, you can't have it both ways. Otherwise...
You also can't hold the next council to a decision of a past council until such a point. So there's timelines where we've got to get things done.
I think both motion, we're going to take a lunch break because I think we need a lunch break. But I think both motions have caveats, just different things. One is a prioritisation against a whole list of other things. The other one is caveats of, well, you've got to like the design, the costs have got to add up, and it's got to integrate into the other plans for the CBD. I don't see subject to being then, okay, well, that design, don't like that design, go away and do another one, go away and do another one, go away and do another one. I don't see that as ever being this council's principle when we put subject to in, because we put it in some big things, right? Subject to funding, subject to agreement on a PDA subject to,
Right.
and it doesn't keep coming back. But I understand the frustration. So we're going to take a break. Governance are going to see if they can make it any clear. But I just needed to point that out because we do legally use subject to a lot, and it's never been, you'll just keep coming back.
That's what we were just told.
Yeah,
and
I
so
know.
That's why
I know.
Yeah.
And that's why we need a break. We're going to be back at 1:30. I think Okay, everyone, we're back. And hopefully things are a little bit clearer, have been worked over during the break. So we are going to have another look at the motion hasn't changed, has it? Has the motion, Councillor Bitter's motion? No, okay, so the motion's the same. So we're having a look at the amendments. So my understanding is in C that...
I am going to say right now.
Sorry, Ms. Southgate. I was going to come to you.
Yeah, I know. I'm just going to make it easier for everyone and withdraw. No, I'm just going to try and make the process easier by withdrawing altogether and speaking in strong support of this project in the debate.
Okay.
Which will make your life easier.
This is the gift that keeps on giving, isn't it? All right. So now we've got a motion on the table. All right, so that's pretty clear. Is it? Are there any questions? All right. Okay, so motion on the table. Councillor Bitter, as the mover of the motion, I will go to you first, please.
Thank you, Sue. This was pretty much answered in the questions and answers that everyone had. So there really isn't much to add. It's just about taking time to sort out the detail because this is a bit more complex than we first realised. That's it.
Great, thank you. And seconder, Councillor Pike. Are you there? Yep.
Yep, I'm here. Look, I appreciate the need for the Woolly Praise project, but it is a rather large amount for a single project, and what came from the workshop that we attended this week is that there's a large list of projects, particularly in the CBD, that have been brought back with more budget-friendly options that still hold the 95% threshold, or P95. And the amendment would simply allow us to get a clearer understanding from staff on potential options and possible savings, and also give members the flexibility to weigh up a wider scope of projects, which includes the likes of crossings outside schools. So pulling out this project above that work seems a bit premature to me, although I suspect it will have a natural high priority, but this motion simply means that the importance of this project will come out in discussions, just gives us a bit more flexibility and time for staff to work through the detail. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Further speakers? Mayor Southgate.
Thank you. Look, we were never that far apart in that we all agree that this is an inadequate piece of roading network and has been for a very long time. I just hope, and crossing all my toes and all my fingers, that this particular couple of 100 metres or whatever, however long it is, still gets included in the final projects and is done. It is a major trip hazard right now as we speak, with huge holes anybody could get a pram or a foot caught in. And it's often like that. And yes, staff have told us how much it costs to pick it up, to do it this time, but it's been done before. It's been done countless times. Now, I'm disappointed that I don't have the full quantum, because I have been told offline how much it's cost over the many years. This is a waste of ratepayers' money when you do a solution that just keeps needing mending and mending and mending. Infrastructure should be durable and long-lasting and fit for purpose, and I don't think this is fit for purpose. Having said that, so I was hoping to give it some priority in the discussions, and I was acceptable to it going back into the yellow category, provided that it was noted as a priority because of the state of it at the moment. I don't want to keep spending ratepayers' money on minor fix-ups. In terms of some of the ideas that in the adjournment I heard around what could happen potentially in Garden Place, around one-way laning or even completely pedestrianising and so on things, I think that is a very complex piece of work that we would need to engage with the public fully on. We can't just change that. We know how they feel about work done to the Garden Place. I was looking for existing budget to support an existing concern and problem. That was simply it. So I've got no problems with it going back to the yellow. And like I say, please consider it as an important element, because at the moment it's substandard, a hazard, and does makes our CBD look shabby between the main shopping centre and our main garden place.
Great, thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Mayor. I'm pleased that, in fact, there's now just one resolution on the table, and that gives us the ability to review not only the options, but take into account a number of other dynamic changes that could be occurring in the short to medium term in terms of significant heavy vehicle movement leading through the renovation and the alterations of the tower building. Ultimately, what gives me comfort, it now being just in the yellow grouping of projects, is that once we have all the finer details of options, a meaningful analysis of the costs, a full understanding of the timeframes, we could then sincerely prioritise that project above all the other projects that are in the yellow basket. And I think it's premature, to be honest, to commit to one project above all else until I fully understand, one, all the elements of the project that I'm advocating for, and two, having a fair opportunity to compare it with all of the other ones. And so I'm delighted that we now have a very clear process and that all the information will be made available, and the decision that we will then make will be on the basis of absolute certainty and an understanding of how it's to be prioritised against every other project.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I have made it clear for a while that I'm really keen to see us invest some of our transport program funding into the central city. We've said it's a priority last council and this council. So this isn't a case of whether we invest in our CBD or not, but it is, I think, important that we're able to fully understand the reasons for needing to make changes here, because we've heard there are issues around accessibility and trip hazards, which we know about, but we're also hearing about the need for heavy vehicles to come through. So understanding the rationale there, the current renewal costs, and then the options, and being able to fully weigh those up, and also be able to think about all the other things happening in the central city at the same time and how this comes together, I think is really important. So just having a little bit more time for staff to be able to come to us with a more detailed proposal would be really beneficial. So yeah, I'm really keen to see us fix up the area, because it is a danger, particularly for people with mobility devices. But I would like to see us take a really well-considered approach to this and weigh things up early in the new year.
Thank you. Councillor Casey Cox.
Yeah, I just thank Mayor Paula for, I guess, bringing the project up to us, and that we've been able to have some good conversations about this area. And I guess we've all recognised that it matters to us, and we want to get it fixed. So I think that's positive, and that we have a way forward. And I am excited to think about the design possibilities for it. Just talking in the break about the arts and infrastructure strategy that Deputy Mayor's working on, and how that may play into this and enable some different design. So that's really exciting. So yeah, there's lots of possibility and potential, and I think it's good for us to have these conversations. Sometimes we probably just need to spend a bit longer maybe in workshops and that sort of thing to nut this stuff out before it comes to a meeting. But really pleased to have a way forward.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, look, happy to support the recommendations and the green list of projects. And the support of the Deputy Mayor was saying earlier about the value of that workshop on Tuesday. And much as we depend on NZTA subsidies, it was very liberating to be able to discuss those projects without all those kind of things tied up with it. It was enjoyable. And I guess it's one of the reasons that I had issues with the original suggestion that the spend out there be approved kind of ahead of the others, because I do think they all should be considered on their merits. And I do think it's not necessarily a good process to kind of approve something or make some sort of commitment to something when it's just one part of an area. It's to me, it's a case of putting the cart before the horse, and councils sometimes have a reputation, deserved or undeserved, I'm not sure, for disjointed decision making. And which ultimately adds to the final cost of projects. So I do think it wasn't the right way to go. And I was also alarmed at the recommendations that we saw today of 850k. And I just sort of, you put yourself in the place of ratepayers on the end of a 16% rate rise and just wonder how they might perceive that. So yeah, good. I'm happy with the final outcome, and leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Naidoo-Rolfe.
Thank you, and I do support this project moving forward to a wider discussion and how we incorporate what the community team is doing so that we get a more cohesive outcome for that area. But I also just wanted to quickly thank Tanya and Robin, because I couldn't make it to the workshop because I had a standing appointment, but they made time to catch me up yesterday, and I really appreciated that, so thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Van Alston.
Thanks very much. I was a seconder to the earlier amendment because I'm realising that it's an important part of our city. It's substandard and it's something that we should resolve. I attended the workshop and was really delighted with the way it was run and the opportunity to be able to input into some of the early decision making on how projects in our city can be resolved. What disappoints me is that this project wasn't amongst there, and I know Mayor Paula has raised it before, and you know it disappoints me that that project didn't appear into there because it's already a known thing. And if it was there, we could have had a much fuller discussion about its priority, and that would have helped potentially for us to be able to avoid this discussion here. However, that's not to be the case, and so we have to then think about how we still keep it in the books, because it's really relevant to the other projects that we talked about in that workshop. Caro Street, Alexandra, other beautification that will be coming up through our playgrounds, and beautification in Garden Place as well. So it's inextricably linked. It's an important part of our city. Frankly, I'd rather shut it and have it into pedestrians, but that's not on the cards. And the decision that we'll be making and options for us to look at might include that, frankly. But, you know, I'm not going to hold my breath on that, and I will participate fully in all of the process that goes beyond today. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Hutt. Thank you. Fixing this is a pretty big priority for me. I was out there a couple of days ago just taking photos of it and trying to like line up my foot with the holes, and I was like, yeah, my whole foot could fit in there if I wasn't careful. And someone driving past rolled down their window and said, oh, I hope you're fixing that. And I was like, yeah, maybe. Maybe Thursday, who knows? But, you know, I'm just one person who happens to use the cafe across the road quite a lot, but you know, I think about the wheelchair users, the prams, the small kids running from Centre Place over to the library, and you know, it's a trip hazard for a lot of people. But I do really, really want to follow a good process, thinking strategically, thinking about the bigger picture, and wanting to look at a full list of options so we can talk through both what we want for the space as well as what different costs might be. Because closing it to cars and fixing it for 15K is a different proposition to accepting the status quo and spending $850,000 on entrenching that. And there might be other options. There might be a middle ground. There might be things that we haven't even considered that could be an option, and they're just as valid. So I want to talk through them. I want to talk through the limitations and options. And, you know, we could do a lot for $850. That's a lot of bus shelters. That's a lot of signage of how to find Claudelands Arena. You know, there's so many things that we could do for that money. So I'm pleased with this outcome of, you know, being pragmatic, choosing to follow a good process, and hopefully we can find a middle ground that will work good.
Thank you. Just quickly from me, what I know and what I've heard today, and in particular on Tuesday at the workshop, is that the CBD is a priority. It was the first suite of projects that we looked at, and it was also the one that we spent the most time on, and I think possibly the one we indicated the biggest budget for. So that gives me some hope. I do reflect on things like Councillor Naidu-Rolfe's desire to add play elements into Garden Place for much less than this cost. And I always come back to the fact that when people see council come in, they add some zeros. And I am absolutely convinced by that. I think the amount for this is eye-watering. But staff will go away and do a little bit more work. They will bring us some different options on look and feel, and ultimately will be in the hands of the committee. If you haven't heard me say before how great the workshop on Tuesday was, I will just mention that Councillor Taylor in his debate said it was enjoyable. So how's that? He said that about a transport workshop. Well, we did have fun. We did. Yes. So, yeah, thank you. Thanks, everyone. Great debate. And if there's no other debate, I'll go to Councillor Bidder for right of reply.
None needed.
No? Okay, great. All right, let's do that on the board, just in case if anyone has a change of heart.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Great, thank you. All right, that was a lot. Okay, so item 9, infrastructure and assets, the GM's report. Now, we take these as read. One of the recommendations does just note further continuation to keep it on stream of Councillor Naidu-Rolfe back in the LTP. You popped this one on the list to look at in terms of report on options for improvements to intersection of Thomas Road and Horsham Downs. So that's just keeping that alive, and that's going to be coming to the March Infrastructure Committee. So there are only 2 things on this report. I'll go to Councillor Taylor for his question on traffic management changes, and then staff have a verbal update on Heffy Terrace PED crossing as well. So Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. I don't know if staff are presenting there or... I was just picking up on the temporary traffic management and the reference to, I think we're probably on page 116. And some of the timings, the timing there in the report where it talks about indicative timeframe for corridor management related training 2025-26. I guess I'm questioning the urgency in terms of us reacting to the new guidelines that are coming through, particularly given that Simeon Brown has talked about the costs of temporary traffic management just in the last week or so. This seems to me like it's all very kind of take it slowly as you go, you know. How do I ask this quickly? I'm feeling this is lacking a bit of urgency. Do you have a response to that, Ronan?
So specifically with regard to clause 36 and that timing, that's the timing that the industry and the training agencies are looking at. That's not council's timing. So this was a piece of work that had started prior to the minister's requirement for 1st of October. All the road controlling authorities, so the agency and people like council, are taking this very seriously and working through it slowly. So NZTA are the first adopters, and they have, for most of their contractors, they're tier 1, they're the big contractors, and they've been doing some work, and they are still working through trials and understanding what exactly this means and making sure that what we end up with out on the road and the decision-making processes that are gone through to get there are robust and are such that they will stand up in court if we end up there.
Okay.
Hamilton City is it getting into this, and we've got a working group underway to work through this and make sure that we've got all our systems and processes in place. I guess the big thing we're seeing at the moment is that the industry and the tier 1 contractors are going ahead, but when you come and look at Hamilton City, a lot of the contractors we've got are not those big players. They are small players. They are the local Bob the Builder doing a house who suddenly now has to be very careful about the traffic management he puts in when he alters the driveway and does a footpath and those sorts of things. So we want to make sure that those people continue to be able to do that traffic management and they don't get dragged into having to employ a big traffic management company, but are keeping themselves safe and keeping road users safe.
Okay. So how can we as a council work more proactively so that we can start to get some savings in terms of the traffic management costs and our lists of projects that we have? How can we proactively work quicker so that we can start to get some savings for the ratepayers?
So the guide doesn't guarantee savings. We are already working through processes to reduce the costs, and that's why earlier I responded to Councillor Bidder's question about how we bundle up sites, and we had 2 or 3 pieces of work, we put them together, we visit the site once, we do those separate pieces of work rather than coming back multiple times. So we're already doing that. We're already putting road closures in place, such as Borman Road, Horsham Downs and those sorts of places, where we believe that there are benefits for getting the work done more quickly and minimising the amount of disruption to the general public and the length of time that they have traffic management in place. So those are the things that we've been doing already and we will continue to do.
Okay, so are you saying we can't get better? We can't cut costs? We can't?
I think there's further opportunities, but a lot of that is with regard to this assessment on hazards and how you manage risk. So to date, the COPTIM, which is the current code, basically says if you have this situation, this is what you do. Now, in many cases, there may be some opportunities for doing it different that may have some cost reductions, and we're certainly investigating that, and they're the sorts of things that we want to work through trials. What we've got to do is make sure that we're not cutting costs and increasing risks, both to this organisation, to the contractor and to road users. So it's being very careful around that risk management.
Okay, thank you. Just one last question, thanks, Chair. So when can we expect, as elected members, to see some results, some tangible results coming through to us in terms of savings?
As I said, we're already doing it. What we will be looking at is some of those work on the state highway, for example, some of those requirements where we think that there are lower cost ways of doing it. And in the past, we've had to comply with COPTIM, so there'll certainly be some of the places that we're looking at early on and some of those early trials. I can't give you an exact date, sorry, other than to say that that will be a key focus of work early in the new year.
Okay, I'll just need to ask that question a different way then. So we've got a Lagoima that shows for the first quarter of 24-25, traffic management cost was 476K. So across the year, that would translate to 1.9 million. Are we going to be able to do better than that in future? Is that what costs are going to be?
I think we need to be careful just taking that number and because that number was only for subsidised works. It was for the first quarter of this year where there wasn't actually a lot of work being done on the network, so all of our capital programs and that sort of thing hadn't kicked off. And it was a time of year when you don't normally have large amounts of work out. So we still, like for this next quarter, we'll have all of our reseal program and our major pavement rehab. So you will see the traffic management costs in the next quarter go up. What we need to do is have a look at what that is relative to a similar workload for previous years. And as we get that data together, we will be able to look back at that. But up until recently, we haven't needed to pull that data out. So there's some work to do to even look back to what it was so you can compare apples with apples.
Okay. All right, I feel like I haven't quite got to the nub of it. Are you appreciating, Robin, that some of us feel a sense of urgency about it? Feel that there's...
Yes, and staff appreciate that. And I guess what we're trying to do is make sure we get the benefits without any negative costs, risks, and those sorts of things. Because at the end of the day, under the WorkSafe, we all are a PCBU. We all are held accountable if something goes wrong.
Yep, appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor McIntyre?
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I must admit, when I was preparing for this meeting, I read this and thought the report must have been written before the Minister's announcement, but I then went to his press release. It was the announcements of his expectations were made on the 12th of July. Do you know why there is no mention in this report of something that's been known about now for 4 months?
As I said, this has been something the industry has been progressively working on, but there is a lot of work to be done, such as full new training standards and all of those sorts of things. So
I appreciate that. I'm just asking, and I appreciate that you're not the author of the report.
I am the author of the report.
Oh, sorry, I thought it was Andrew's report. I beg your pardon. So I was...
Of that section of the report.
Of that section of the report,
Yes.
okay. So you just didn't feel... Because I guess I'm... And I need to ask a question. I guess I'm wondering as well, as Councillor Jeff, why it's not front and centre in this section of the report, given the fact that it signals it's a major change from the government in the approach to this topic.
I'm sorry if it doesn't give that feeling. I guess what we're trying to do is be very clear that there needs to be a very considered approach to the change and that there is work to be done to make sure that everybody is safe working through that change.
And I don't think anyone questions the need for safety. I absolutely understand that. The Minister's announcement indicated that there were, in a review of 800 TTM maintenance work sites around the country, 145 of those sites were not needed. Do we know how many of those were in our area?
I believe that they were state highway sites. I don't know.
So they're all state highways?
I don't know.
We couldn't say that for Hamilton? Because that's pretty alarming, given the fact that the figure he announced was 786 million spent on temporary transport management. And so I guess I'm just coming back to Councillor Jeff's concern. I believe that there's huge urgency, and I guess the question is, you are giving us an assurance that this urgency is now going to be reflected in the approach to the topic.
If I can answer your question, Councillor Tim. So we're not the only council, the local roading control authority who's in this situation. I was at a meeting on Tuesday with colleagues, and this was a topic that was discussed. It is about ensuring that under the Health and Safety Act, as a PCBU, we have the utmost assurance that we are keeping people on our roading network safe from harm. So that's the number one core, but also having a fit for purpose site. So that could be anything from no traffic cones through to a full traffic management closure of that road, as you're seeing it currently on State Highway 1 with the work. So you can get in, less disruption, and the workers are safe and they can literally work 24/7. The savings that will come from that is more likely to be those smaller areas where we can make those adjustments, and like Robin indicated, bundling up that work so you haven't got a piece of traffic management over here, another bit here and another bit here, that we bring that all together and we do the most appropriate management of that site for safety. At the current situation where all councils are facing is that we're in between two pieces essentially. So we've got COPDIM, which gives us the current best practice, transitioning into understanding what the risk-based approach looks like and making sure that we are aligned with the Health and Safety Act. So it's more of a Health and Safety Act alignment rather than a prescribed, this is what you must do on the site. So we are taking it seriously, and like we said, like Robin indicated, those larger companies are probably a lot more geared up at the moment to deliver on that new approach. We understand the Minister's direction and the guidance on ensuring that the roads are clear of unnecessary road cones or traffic management, and whether that's shutting down one lane, shutting down all lanes, having no cones. But as a council, we just need to work through all of those to make sure that ultimately we're keeping our people safe. So we are working through it and getting the learnings from other councils that have started already, such as Christchurch City Council, who have already started working through a number of these things with their council as well, and Auckland Transport.
Thank you, Tanya, and I do appreciate the points both you and Robin are making. I guess my final question is, at that workshop or the meeting you attended, was there quite a thorough discussion of how the Australian model is working? Because clearly the Minister is saying, let's follow the evidence-based Australian model for TTM.
So not on the Australian model, and the Minister was at that meeting on Tuesday as well, and some of the examples that were provided were, where there's quite a large berm on the side of the road, where staff, workers can be quite away from the road but still able to safely pick up, do minor maintenance or pick up litter, versus actually this road, there's a bend in the road, it's a high speed area, and that requires a full traffic closure, and State Highway was part of that discussion. So there was a lot of discussion around it, but it is about, we're all trying to find our way through into the, as you would appreciate when you introduce new legislation, it's about making sure we're doing it at the right pace, but all for the right reasons as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Great questions. Right, so we will just get an update, a verbal update from the team on Hefe Terrace pedestrian crossing. Who's doing that? Martin. And Kelly. Welcome.
Hello, thanks for this opportunity. You recall at the extraordinary council meeting on the 23rd of October that you asked us to go away and look at an alternative location for a pedestrian crossing on Hefe Terrace. So we did that piece of work and we have found a site. It's not been easy, I can assure you of that. But we have found a location, and it's actually the only location we can find. There's only one option here. So we have been working on that. Where we've currently got is, we've had discussions with NZTE Wakatai about a scope change request, and I'm pleased to say that they've approved that, which means we can move forward with some level of certainty that they will support the project, which is great. The next tricky bit is timeframes are really tight here, so we're moving at pace. So we're out to official consultation now. So we've done some letter drops and door knocking, and mixed feedback, mainly positive, I would say, but there is one resident that's not particularly comfortable with the project, and they're probably the most affected by the location of the crossing. So we've got to have some further discussions with that person. but that won't occur till early New Year.
Than have a plethora of questions now, that's a great verbal update, especially on the funding outcome. I just draw a committee's attention to that there'll be continued updates in the CE exec updates, and then a report will come to the 11th of February for
Yeah. and that's
formal sign-off on location and design. So
and
we'll,
that date is crucial, so we meet the timeframes. I think
Yeah.
Kelly might be able to say something about that, but the timeframes are so tight. If we don't
Yeah.
meet that timeframe, then we lose that opportunity
yeah,
for the SURF funding.
yeah. Okay.
So it's on the agenda
Yes.
already, so we begin the process.
Yeah.
If there is a requirement to change the design resulting from that meeting, it means then that we won't be able to fit that into the by 30th of June using the SURF funding, which you've already given us direction on what we should do if we can't. But I just need to flag that with you all, that that's actually the biggest risk to the delivery by the 30th
So
of June.
how do you, as staff, how will you socialise that design early on then, so that you could perhaps get feedback prior to the council meeting on the 11th?
So that's what we're doing now. So
Well, yeah, but we can't see the design here today.
So there's
so
there is a concept that's been drawn. It's it's a relatively high level
level, yeah.
concept showing the location
Yeah.
and a bit of a design. We've had to get that out. Now there's an exec update coming to you guys next week, and the information is on that exec update for you. But we've had to probably do things slightly out of order just so we can get things
Yeah.
progressed.
Okay,
So
so-
apologies for that.
That's okay. So the request to elected members then is to keep an eye on the exec update coming into your email inbox
Yes,
and
please.
fire some feedback back to the team
Yes.
if that on that design at that point was helpful.
I would say through Madam Chair that that's the only alternative location.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
With the parameters that were put in place last
Yeah.
time for the exact location and the street restrictions and all of those things, there's pretty much one.
Yeah. Okay.
It's been a difficult task, but we've risen
Yeah.
to the challenge, should we say?
Yeah. Okay. Great. All right. Good work. Okay. Thank you. So that was also our recommendation for this report. Sorry. Oh, Councillor Hutt.
It was not for Heafy, but I just was wondering, can I ask a transport question before we move sort of out of transport?
On this report?
I just wanted to maybe finish the loop on East Street and Beale Street from the public submissions, but if we've moved too far, it was going to be a really quick staff potential action.
We don't normally do questions that way, but on public forum, but the wonderful Tanya was passing me notes. East Street, general discussion at the workshop on Tuesday we had, and yes, we can add it to the February workshop briefing list.
Is Beale also an option? Just does it exist on a long list? Would we talk about it in the future?
Short answer.
Yeah.
It was considered as part of that roundabout design.
Okay.
We could have a look and bring something to the Feb meeting and
Yeah,
see
cool.
if there's some bits and pieces in Beale perhaps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure I didn't forget poor public forum at the start of today, because we've been through a lot.
All right, welcome. Okay, so page 113 receives the report and then notes further report coming to the March committee meeting on options for improving intersection at Thomas and Horsham Downs Road. I will move. Councillor Naidoo-Rolfe, since that's your bit, you will second. Does anyone want to speak to the report? I don't feel the need. No, we can do that on the show of hands. All those in favour?
Carried unanimously.
Yep, great, thank you. All right, our last item in public is item 10, illegal dumping mitigations. This is on page 129. Welcome, Trent. Over to you. And just indicating I have a motion sent through from Councillor Thompson, so we will pop that up on the board. But over to you first, Trent.
Okay, just I've been in and out, so
it's terrible.
just to follow on from the August the 8th resolution at the Infrastructure and Transportation meeting just around general options and information regarding illegal dumping. So this is the second part after the September one. I will, in the essence of time, take the report as read and take any questions.
Great, thank you. Any questions of the report? Ms Southgate.
Thank you, and apologies for I haven't been in the detail of this, but I do have a couple of questions. Do we believe, or what evidence is there to believe that the smaller bins are leading to this illegal dumping, or are directly correlated to the illegal dumping?
We don't have any firm evidence. Most of it's anecdotal.
Anecdotal. You do investigate where possible the rubbish that's dumped to see if you can locate a owner to that rubbish, don't you?
Correct.
And do we get much success in that approach?
It varies. We probably, I would say, between 30-40% of the time that we will identify.
And when we identify that 30 to 40%, what happens?
We will issue an infringement notice.
And do most people pay those infringement notices when they get them, just out of interest?
It seems to be improving, but I would say probably 10 to 15%. But we are now putting those infringement notices into the court system for recovery.
Okay, thank you. And the heat map was interesting to me, but it only focused on the CBD. Do you have a heat map for the rest of the city?
Yes, it was just an example.
And is what you see here indicative, or does it sort of thin out in the suburbs, or how does it work?
The challenge we have with the map at the moment is it's all incidents. We're unable to have a date range to try and sort of go year by year to see if we've got issues.
Okay, so it's cumulatively.
Yeah,
oh,
so,
right.
so if I gave you the entire map of the city, it would probably not be legible.
Right. It makes it limited use to me, I'm afraid. But
once we can get the layer of the data range, it will be a lot more beneficial for it, and that's something we're working through.
So then, anecdotally, or from a staff's reasonably well-informed view, is this an issue that shows up more around commercial areas or evenly across the suburbs?
It is probably quite spread across, and a lot of the time it relates to accessibility and, I guess,
How do you mean
seclusion. So if it's easy for someone to drive a vehicle up to
okay.
the area, and if it's secluded, there's no one around to see.
So then it's parks, it's back of shops, it's those kind of places that you find
And as well as residential areas.
Oh, right. Okay. Do you... I saw the stats and dumping is increasing. Is it increasing proportionally to the population increase, or is it increasing for some other reasons that you might be aware of?
I would say, looking at the stats, we haven't actually made a direct comparison, but it is a very incremental increase, and that's increased in the number of reported jobs, whereas the volumes have actually decreased.
So, that's good to know. That's good news. Thank you. So with trolleys,
yes,
the technology exists for supermarkets to tag or GPS their trolleys, doesn't it already? What opportunities do we have to require, I'm using that word carefully, require or encourage or whatever that is, them to use that technology, and what opportunities do we have to make them bear the cost of any return of trolleys if that's not in place?
Currently, nothing.
Nothing. Is there something we can do? Is that something we could look at?
Within the report, I've identified what the bylaw that Auckland City Council has, so the potential would be to look at some of the clauses that they've got within their bylaw for controls.
Okay, and just in that, yeah, I did see, so that's the only course of action is for us to pick up a bylaw change. Have we tried to work collaboratively with them? Have we got any feedback from them, especially as now Woolworths came in with a giant woohoo and became, brand new and shiny? Why do they not want to do that?
We are currently in the process of trying to, we have reached out to the majority of the larger supermarkets and retailers and just seeing who expressed interest in working with us to look at solutions. So that's the next step for us.
So they are interested in sitting down and working. Okay, just another part. I do recall sanitary waste being an issue for people in some instances. Have we made any improvements to our process in terms of that?
It was, unfortunately, it kind of got stalled probably a couple of years ago with COVID, because we were working quite closely with the Te Whatu Ora around just looking, because a lot of the excess, and we loosely call it medical waste, was related to outpatients, like dialysis patients and people with like incontinence requiring adult nappies, etc. So that is something that we need to reignite with them and look at forward.
Yeah, and we hear quite a lot, don't we, from families who have nappies, which is also filling up their red bin. Is that correct? That's one of the pressures on the red bins, is volume of that kind of stuff?
So we've been told.
So we told, and we can't take...
Short of going through the bins to see.
No, thank you. All right, thank you.
Sorry, to add to that, Mayor Paula, is that we've recently engaged Parakore to work with us and identify families in our community to do not like an intensive education program over a series of weeks, so that we can start to understand the issues that they may have with using their rubbish and recycling service.
True.
So that we can use that data more to inform decisions.
Madam Chair, one more question that I had forgotten to ask is, this report talks about larger bins. Occasionally I receive emails and Facebook messages and all of that stuff from people who are saying more regular pickup of the red bins. So have we done any comparison with picking them up more regularly versus doing a more giant bin?
We didn't go down that path with this report, looking into that, more for reasons of increased congestion on the roads and emissions.
Oh, okay. Can we
'Cause
measure the
you'll
emissions?
have
So we
12
can measure the emissions?
And we have sort of got an understanding of emissions of increased bin size and uptake. That's within the report. The other aspect is more frequent collections is berm space availability, because if you've got your recycling suite of bins out on the same day as your red bins, we're going to be hard pushed in some places.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Casey Cox.
Thank you. Thank you for all the work and detail in the report. Just a question around the inorganic collection. Did we look at targeting that, or is that likely to not really save any costs as such, because you've still got the same resort trucks and stuff going out?
Exactly. It still has, in Auckland, work on the basis of a booking system within regions, but we still sort of like saw the cost associated for them with that, as well as, I guess, there's always residual issues of when it's that area, even though it's booking, that people just put stuff out and it's not working.
Oh, okay. Yep. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Trent, for this report. In terms of, I guess, to what extent will the study that you're doing help us to better understand the actual reasons behind people dumping illegally, and what those solutions might be?
It's taking a wider view as well. It's looking at the behaviours behind, so looking at the waste hierarchy and how it impacts on the size of the bin. So it's what people potentially are purchasing, packaging, etc. So are there ways where we can possibly target education to actually reduce in the initial phases, but also are there legitimate challenges around the size of the bin with the size of the family, and also accessibility in terms of vehicles to take extra waste to the transfer station or anything like that. So, and also looking at some of the behaviours around recycling. So are people actually using the suite of the recycling bins correctly, and if not, why not?
Okay, thank you. And in terms of, and because it talks about the barriers to curbside collection, but some of the things that people dump on the side of the road are quite large objects that you'd never fit into a bin. So does it cover stuff like that too? You know, like mattresses, I don't know, people have left all sorts of things, a toilet on the side of the road.
The intent is to, yes, address that. So, and that's around the accessibility to vehicles or trailers to, if they've got items they need to get rid of, but exploring the understanding of what options are available.
Excellent. And once you've been able to do the study, what further work do you think would be needed in order to be able to, I guess, put together a proposal that we know is the kind of best, the best options available to us, where it's the best bang for buck, and we're actually, basing it on some evidence around what we do propose, say, for a future annual plan or long-term plan? Or as you've mentioned, the contract for, a future waste management service.
I guess we will see the outcome of the report and sort of what that identifies, and then I guess we put a focus over looking at what the solutions are and potential costings, etc. And also looking at, where these alternative sort of been tried elsewhere and with what level of success.
Okay, thank you. And so last question, Chair, was just in terms of the fees for the transfer station, one of a point that's been raised to me, which I thought was quite a good one, was the frustration around those ranges, and where you dump 1 kg over and suddenly you're paying for like a whole, just I don't remember the ranges, but it jumps quite dramatically, and so you might dump 21 kgs, end up paying for like 100 or something because it doesn't actually pro rata the cost. So when we think about reasonable expectations or requests, would that be one? To basically just directly, charge people for however many kgs they drop off, rather than having these giant ranges.
It probably comes down, I guess it's their business model, and obviously it's a nationwide, or it's an international company, and their pricing structures that they use everywhere, and so obviously the background behind that and how. So yeah, I can't really comment directly whether it would be unreasonable to withhold in terms of they weren't willing to break the pricing structure down further.
Okay.
Sorry,
all right, thank you.
Councillor Sarah, to add to that, through our fees and charges, that's probably, we can look at that, because we bring you their schedule of fees and charges every year for council to approve. They set the charges, but council approves it, so there's possibly an opportunity to address that issue at that point.
Tanya, is it appropriate then to say take a staff action to consider that particular issue when we do look at the fees and charges?
We can have those conversations with the contractor, yes, to give them an early advice of that.
Yeah, okay, excellent. That would be great. Thank you.
Sarah, we'll put your motion up on the board, but I just remind committee members this, apart from the motion, this is just a report to be received, and I'm finding it just rubbish. So if we can... That was a dad joke. Oh, it was quite good. No, but I was just, trying to bring us back to a little bit of focus. Ms. Southgate.
Just one further question. This piece of work, the Roman numerals 1 to 5, how much would that cost for us to do that work at this time? And is it sitting in your existing budgets, or is this extra requirement at the moment?
In terms of the study that we're looking to do, that we'll be utilising the MFE, Ministry for Environment Waste Levy, because it's about reduction of waste and diversion to landfill. So it's...
So that's all 4 of those parts. The study includes all 4 of those parts of the recommendation to inform, enable how larger bins?
Definitely not in terms of the larger bins.
I would say that's what I was going to ask.
So effectively, the options to reduce costs, and so Roman numeral 2 is what we'll be looking to address through the study. The measuring the levels of litter and rubbish in public areas is probably, so that's 0.3, it would be covered. Oh, sorry, are you talking about the motion or the report?
Oh, the motion is just to receive the report, but I want the report suggests you're going to do those pieces of work. So you're saying that Roman numerals 2 is covered, 1 is not covered, 3 is covered?
Covered, yes.
So all but the bigger bins is covered in the cost of that MFE?
The last point 4 wouldn't be, that's where we sort of had the information on the inorganic collection. There's no budget. That is no budget.
So 2 and 3 are covered, the others would be additional budget?
Yeah. So these were the items we were asked to provide information.
All right, thank you. Just wanted to be clear, that's all, what we're asking.
Okay, yep, thank you. So Councillor Thompson, do you just want to briefly explain what you're trying to achieve with your motion?
Yeah, essentially it's keeping this whole conversation alive by asking that the outcomes of the study come back to us, so we get to see what those are. We also get to see what happens with the engagement with the retailers and supermarkets, so that we can then decide at that point whether further action might be needed. And finally, the last one is then being able to take the information that we've gotten from that study and everything that staff have done to look at a way to assess options for a potential proposal for, say, an annual plan or long-term plan or other actions, say, when we're looking at our next contract for waste management. So but my understanding is possibly they may need some extra capacity to do that analysis. So it's kind of asking for the next steps.
Okay.
Basically.
Yep, great. All right, thank you. Miss. Yes?
Just on number 3, which is very like the number 4 in the report, is that in the budget or not? Is that covered by the MFE amount of money or not? So it's additional budget to staff. Right, okay, just wanted to be quite clear before I moved to something that it does mean additional budget.
So there was, yes, it would be additional budget.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, great. So we've got a motion on the table. Councillor Pike?
Sorry, just on that last comment there, and questioning from Mayor Southgate. So with the third part, is there any quantum identified or a cap that we would identify this on the cost benefit analysis? And the cost of the cost benefit?
Is it to me?
So there's no budget?
Well, I don't know if anyone's, I know there's no budget, but is it $10,000? Is it $100,000?
Ballpark to do a cost benefit analysis?
That's part of the information to come back would be, can we do it with our current budget? Do we need extra? That's kind of, so it's basically saying what would we need in order to be able to do a cost benefit analysis and prepare.
So it's a pre analysis.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Enough rubbish from me, I see.
Yeah. Councillor Hart, question?
Because I feel like the penny only just dropped on this. So the motion is requesting staff come back about doing these things. It's not actually approving doing the
them.
Things. Right.
Yes, double thumbs up from Councillor Thompson. Okay. All right. So with that, Councillor Thompson, as the mover, I'll go to you first.
Cool, thank you. I'll be brief now that I've already taken up lots of time. Thank you so much to Trent and Tana and your team for putting together all of this information. I think there's a real opportunity with the study that you're doing, which I'm really excited about, to really understand the true drivers behind illegal dumping, and then for us to have some well thought out evidence-based proposals to deal with this beyond just increasing enforcement, and looking at ways to reduce those barriers to doing things the right way. So I'm really looking forward to seeing the outcome of the work that you're doing, and then working with everyone on hopefully next steps. Thanks.
Thank you. And seconder, Councillor Casey Cox.
Not a lot more to add, just I guess acknowledging the team and their work and the constant fight against increased packaging. And we would hope by now we might live in a world where we would have less, not more, but it seems to be an increasing problem that really isn't going anywhere quickly. And so we're looking to our national government to take the lead on that and actually put in some regulations to reduce it from the outset, so that we don't have to deal with all this rubbish. So thank you to the team.
There was nearly a good joke there.
Well, I didn't know how to quite...
It was close. It was a good effort, good effort.
It was nearly there.
Yeah. Councillor Southgate.
Well, I don't want to waste any more time on this. Yep, there you go. Keeping up today, keeping up. Just want to make sure in this piece of work is that the costs lay where they should lay in this piece of work, not on the general ratepayer who actually does the right thing, but those people who do illegally dump or dispose of waste in an incorrect fashion. They need to bear the cost, not the general ratepayer. I'm always wary of anything that might lead to an increase in volumes going to landfill, because we need to remember that the government sets the waste levies at the central government level, and those are going up, and we have been told many times that they're going to continue to track up. In fact, there's been a few signals from government about those kind of levies being able to meet the true cost as it is. So we can expect to pay more for landfill, so let's not go backwards and produce more waste for landfill. The trolleys is of interest to me because I know the technology exists. I know many countries in the world have the technology in place, and that stops a lot of the roving trolley situation, and possibly some supermarket theft as well if you can't wheel your goodies out of the car park. So all keen for that. I have to say that I share the public's concern around illegal dumping and littering, and I do want to get to the bottom of it. It's an eyesore. It's actually not safe for people who have to then retrieve that rubbish. So, yeah, look, I want to be supportive in this first step. I am mindful that we always know what additional budget we're putting in at this time, especially as we come towards the LTP and some really big decisions, that we're just really very mindful of the extra workload and the extra budget that we bring to the work that we suggest. But, yep, on the face of it, it's going to support this at this time through to the next stage and see what fruit it bears.
Thank you. I'll just very quickly say I really, I support this and strongly support the points that Mayor Southgate has raised. I'm a big supporter of user pay system, and I think in this case it's abuser pays. Illegal dumping is just, quite frankly, foul, and nobody should do it. So fully supportive of that line of thinking in terms of the abuser pays. So if we can work that out, then that it would be a great initiative. Councillor Thompson, right of reply?
Thank you, everyone, for supporting this going to another stage.
Great, thank you. All right, let's do that. I think we can do that on the show of hands. All those in favour, please raise your hands.
Carried unanimously.
Great, thank you. All right, I will move that we move into public excluded, seconded by Councillor Van Osten. All those in favour say aye. There are none against. That's carried.